out here, and we haven't spoken about the weather. It's just beautiful weather. Slight breeze across the turf. The sun is out, not a cloud in the sky, but it's gonna get warmer, but it's beautiful weather for hockey.
Brilliant, beautiful weather under the Zimbabwean sun. Nothing beats it. Africa's finest. Another goal to Namibia.
Here they come as they are about to make a circle penetration, playing hockey on the strong side, pressing on. Play on, says the umpire, and what a reverse tomahawk. We spoke about that earlier.
Through. Shot at top D. Save.
I almost thought that was a serve in tennis. They will certainly be important. Namibia causing all sorts of problems, and they get their third. What a good finding, but Namibia on the attack again. How often have we seen this in this first quarter? Circle entry, goalkeeper's off his line, and what? Up front from Trish Mukumba, but Zambia get in the way. This is a golden opportunity for Zimbabwe to open the scoring. So much pressure from the Zambians.
The team resulting in a penalty flick to be taken by Diwaz Elijah, and the crowd goes hush. And Diwa sends it into the bottom left-hand corner with a cheer from the Zimbabwean crowd. Command in this game.
Trouble here. It's Ginger Ninja. She's into the circle. She sends the cross in, and that is how Zambia would have wanted to start this third quarter. Brilliant interception from Carol Nakombe, and they get the opener. The jab tackle coming in there, but into the circle it goes. Free player trying to look for top D. Gets it back, the shot is taken, and it is put away in absolute style by Tatenda Kanyangarara. What a piece of play there.
What an absolute lethal finish from Tatenda Kanyangarara, gathering the ball up there, whacking it into the far right corner. Zimbabwe 2, Zambia 1.
out here, and we haven't spoken about the weather. Isn't it just beautiful weather? Slight breeze across the turf. The sun is out, not a cloud in the sky, but it's going to get warmer, but it's beautiful weather for hockey.
Brilliant, beautiful weather under the Zimbabwean sun. Nothing beats it. Africa's finest. Another goal to Namibia.
Here they come as they are about to make a circle penetration, playing hockey on the strong side, pressing on. Play on, says the umpire, and what a reverse tomahawk. We spoke about that earlier.
Through. Shot at top D. Save.
I almost thought that was a serve in tennis. They will certainly be important. Namibia causing all sorts of problems, and they get their third. What a good finding, but Namibia on the attack again. How often have we seen this in this first quarter? Circle entry, goalkeeper's off his line, and what? Up front from Trish Mukumba, but Zambia get in the way. This is a golden opportunity for Zimbabwe to open the scoring. So much pressure from the Zambians.
The team resulting in a penalty flick to be taken by Diaz Elijah, and the crowd goes hush. And Diaz sends it into the bottom left-hand corner with a cheer from the Zimbabwean crowd. Command in this game.
Trouble here. It's Ginger Ninja. She's into the circle. She sends the cross in, and that is how Zambia would have wanted to start this third quarter. Brilliant interception from Carol Nakombe, and they get the opener. The jab tackle coming in there, but into the circle it goes. Free player trying to look for top D. Gets it back. The shot is taken, and it is put away in absolute style by Tatenda Kanyangarara. What a piece of play there.
What an absolute lethal finish from Tatenda Kanyangarara, gathering the ball up there, whacking it into the far right corner. Zimbabwe 2, Zambia 1.
Well, it's a very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. From wherever you're joining us from, it is day 3 of the Central South Africa qualifier for Africa Cup of Nations. Everyone took a well-earned, well-deserved rest yesterday, and I'm sure all the players are raring to go today. And we've got another fantastic day of hockey lined up, starting with the Zambia women and Namibia women doing battle. What a game this promises to be. Both sides have sealed their qualification for the Africa Cup of Nations next year, but still lots to play for. They want to be crowned victors of this tournament, obviously for those FIH rankings. My name is TC, and I'm joined in commentary by Ben. How was your rest day yesterday, Ben? What did you get up to?
A little bit of stretching and soothing of my throat as I was in the crowd cheering on the Zimbabwean men versus Namibia, who in a very tightly contested match, but however Namibia proving too strong for the hosts on that occasion. But all the same, a very well-deserved rest for all the players. They are all eager to get. Rankings are important here. Victory is important for Zambia. Zambia and Zimbabwe ladies both locked on 3 points apiece. It will boil down to goal difference, and the Zim ladies who will be taking on Eswatini later on today will be looking to maximize and score as many goals possible to give themselves a chance for that number 1 and 2 spot game to be experienced here tomorrow.
Yes, indeed. And the umpires for this very first match of day 3 will be Sean Mayers of Zimbabwe and Peter Chasusa of Eswatini. Quite interesting to note that Peter Chasusa from Eswatini is the first ever umpire from Eswatini. So this is a nice little mark for him on the game in Eswatini. And chatting to him yesterday, he was just going on about how proud they are to have come to this tournament with their men's and women's teams. And it's nice to see that they're here. They would have learned a lot, still learning a lot. But yeah, it's going to be a great encounter, this one. Zambia women, we know what they can do. We know the players to look out for. Namibia women as well found the going very, very easy, if I could say that, unbeaten. And they're coming onto the turf now to kick off the first game. We'll have national anthems, starting with Zambia's national anthem and followed by Namibia national anthem, and we'll get straight into the action, which kicks off at 10 a.m.
We'd like to start with the national anthem of Zambia. and the national anthem of Namibia.
Lots and lots of gusto from the Namibia ladies there, singing their hearts out for their country. Equally so from the Zambian ladies as they exchange the final pleasantries before they take charge onto the field.
Yeah, absolutely. Always such a great moment singing your national anthem. But let's have a look at the sides that are starting this morning. I'll do the Zambian side. Ben, you'll take us through the Namibian side. Prisa Chipolepole is in goal. Brenda Kalunga, Falsi Zulu. Beauty Mwachunga, Martha Kalomo. Martha Nankala, the captain. Harriet Mutangama, Cleopatra Bwanga, Wina Musanda, Loveness Mudenda, and Carol Nakombe. That's the lineup the coach feels they need to start this game in order to be on top.
Straight on to the Namibian starting lineup. We have Azalea Philander, Sunel Ludwig, captain, Kiana Shea Cormack, Anika Higgs, Dania Maya, Jerica Bartlett, Kyla Landsberg, Anine Leroux, and the goalkeeper for the day to start off this time, Berencia Diamond, Tara Myberg, and Marika Neitling, handsomely coached by Mr. Trevor Cormack. Grew up in Zimbabwe himself and decided to leave us and following the coastline, TC.
Oh, absolutely, must be so lovely for him to be back in Zimbabwe. But haven't the Namibians been outstanding throughout this tournament? They've really played a good standard of hockey. Zambia, I feel, have improved as the tournament went on. Yeah, this promises to be another entertaining encounter. Early on, not much of a crowd in. I'm sure people will start coming in as the day goes by. But early on, as the Zambia women were warming up, the Zambian men arrived. They were singing, they were loud. I mean, what an atmosphere it was during the warm-ups. And the togetherness of the Zambians is something that has come throughout this tournament. Namibia, to start off the game, they're playing from left to right in a change strip, the one they wore on day one. And Zambia in their orange, playing from right to left. Obviously wanting to pin the Zambians back. And Zambia to outlet now.
Yes, interesting perspective as we see how the teams are lined up at the moment with captain Kiana Shea Cormack put into midfield by Coach Dad, that is looking to somewhat quench the fire in number 18 of Zambia, who is the engine room for her team, and Nicole Nakamba.
Absolutely. Namibia have penetrated the circle and ever so close, and they get their first short corner of this match early on in the first quarter. You mentioned Carol Nakombe. She's such a player. She just makes something happen when she's on the ball. The Namibians will definitely have seen her playing throughout this tournament, and they would want to shut her down as much as possible. But it is the first short corner. and an opportunity here for Namibia to take an early lead.
Yes, on a tactical point of view there, you saw Namibia utilizing the width, switching the ball round, avoiding the central channel, thereby earning themselves a first circle penetration very early on. First short corner to Namibia. Neatling and Cormac at top tee. Goes to Cormac with the drag flick, and the goalkeeper saves.
Such a great save there from Priscilla Pole. But they got a second crack at it, Namibia, and straight into a Zambian foot. So second short corner of the match in short space of time.
Yes, a strong foot there from Chipole Pole, the goalkeeper. Second bite at the cherry for Namibia. Yes, Brenda Kalunga with the block there from the drag flick from Kiana Shea, and Namibia have a long corner, it seems. Everybody needs to move 5. Quick restart from Cormac. Cormac driving the ball back into the 25, back onto Milan. He sends it into midfield onto Neatling. Back to Cormac, out on the right flank, who shimmies past the defender into the D, across to the P spot. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss there from Azalea Philander, who couldn't get to stick to the end of the ball, resulting in a hit out for Zambia.
Well, good signs early on from Namibia, really pinning the Zambians back. Zambia enjoying some possession now, and it's being taken forward by Loveness Mudenda. She sent it forward, but Namibian defense handles that one very well. But now Namibia pinned back. First time we've seen Zambia in this field position.
Yes, very much. As Zambia start to employ the high press, we see their defensive line right up on the halfway line. They lost man as they look to affect the turnover deep in Namibian territory. Switch ball out for Namibia here. Loveness Mdenda looks to track down. Number 14 for Namibia with the through ball. Anine Leroux there, however, hitting a foot in midfield of Carol Nakombe. And Namibia do have a free hit to be taken by Neatling, Marika Neatling, number 20 for Namibia, who shifts it across. Namibia looking to utilize the full width of the field here as they shift the Zambian defense left to right. Neatling looking for that river ball, which is intercepted by number 14, Wina Munsanda for Zambia.
Yeah, good tracking there from Wina Munsanda, but danger's not done now. With Mila Milan sending it into the circle. Another penalty corner. That's good from Namibia. This is really good. Really putting pressure on the Zambian ladies. Failed to convert 2 penalty corners early on, but an opportunity now to try and do so again.
Yes, very much so. An error in the kick clearance from the goalkeeper Chipole Pole. They're lifting the ball into the Namibian player, resulting in a short corner. Namibia nil from 2 attempts, as you've mentioned. So can they get it right this time? With looks like Milan lining up on the left-hand castle, and Cormac has shifted to the right-hand castle. Namibia to inject here. Can they get an early lead?
Unfortunately, not doing it well there. Zambia straight away on the counter-attack. Namibia going back in their numbers. Very dangerous there.
Yes, a dangerous ball from Martha Kalomo there on the quick counter-attack of Zambia. They're looking to try and catch the Namibian defense off guard with the quick restarts. Maybe a tactic being identified by their coach, TC.
Yeah, certainly a tactic that their coach is identifying, but Namibia on the attack once again. This time a great tackle there from Brenda Kalunga. Zambia on the attack yet again down the right flank, looking for options up, and it's danger player Carol Nakombe, but what a great tackle to stop her in her tracks.
Yes, a timeous interception there from the Namibian left back. Loveness Mudenda, number 17 on the ball here. On to Carol Nakombe. Carol Nakombe on the ball, jinking it through. However, Namibian defense is somewhat watertight at the moment. And Neen Leroux with the crucial block there on Nakombe, who looked to be in behind the defense.
Well, so far they've dealt with Carol Nakombe very well. Have the Namibian ladies. They have and they will know that she is a very dangerous player. Namibia now trying to go forward, but a great interception there from Loveness Mudenda. Looking to switch play now.
Neatling on the ball from Namibia here as she scans, looking for options, sending it back. Patient build-up here from Namibia. As you see them being put under pressure here. Landberg on the ball, trying to send it through. With a foot, unfortunately, for Brenda Kalunga. Gifting Namibia a chance in the 25 of Zambia. Landberg drives it in, sends it across into the D there. Bit of a stick check from Namibian number 16. Is that number 16? Point of correction. Looked like Tara Myberg there, number 19. With a bit of a stick check. Landberg on the ball again here. She drives the ball deep into the right-hand corner. Long corner for Namibia.
Well, Namibia asking more questions at this stage of the game of the Zambian defense. They've enjoyed higher numbers in terms of territory up and still on the attack. This time though they want to try and switch it. Sana Ludwig sends it across to Mila Milan. Into the circle they go. Zambia need to be on point here in their defense. It's just outside the circle. Namibia still looking through their captain to enter the circle. Penalty corner number 4.
Yes,
this is good from Namibia.
Yes, very much. TC, a very clever jink there from captain number 5, Kiana Shea, jinking the ball left to right and well-timed under the shoulder slip, catching the Zambian defenders unaware and attaining the short corner off the foot there. Zambian short corner defense watertight at the moment as they're exploiting a 1-2 rush out in defense. Have managed to thwart out the attack from the set piece by Namibia so far. None from 4 short corners. Kiana Shea on the ball with the drag flick, blocked out by the Zambians. Unfortunately, just hitting the foot there of number 13, Cleopatra Bwanga, with a brave line being run. Zambia cutting out the threat yet again. Namibia look to be a little frustrated, TC.
Yeah, they've struggled to convert, but they have an opportunity now. This time a variation, lines up for the shot. Another great piece of defending, and that's brilliant. How she managed to pick the stick up so quickly and get back to defending is great. They've played it quickly though. Unfortunately not managing to keep it in the field of play. Beauty Mwachunga.
Landberg on the ball here for Namibia, sending the ball in through early. One-touch pass from Karuna Kombe to Martha Kalomo. Martha Kalomo with the one-handed dribble as she looks to take on Namibian captain. Turnover for Namibia here. Zambia look to be in trouble. Can Namibia take advantage of it? Advantage being played by the umpire, Sean Myers from Zimbabwe. Switch out onto the left-hand flank. Namibia recycle, sending the ball deep onto Milan, who switched back into the centre-back role. Onto Sunil Ludwig. Ludwig with the through ball onto number 14, Anine Leroux. Infringement from Zambia. Overhead into the D by Leroux. Unfortunately, defenders getting the priority there in that particular execution. You'd want to send that overhead into a pocket of space or directly to your player. However, 5-yard rule always going as we see Zambia on the counter-attack.
Yeah, but it's great defense from Namibia to keep Zambia out. They haven't really found that connection going forward. The Zambians just not managing to finish off the moments they've had going forward, it's credit to Namibia's defense.
Yes, they've shut out the engine. That is Martha Nicole Nakombe rather, and Weena in midfield, and employing a 2v1 with the defensive structure all the time, just starving off possession. But I tell you what, it means lots of running for the Namibians, and could it prove costly to them later on? Because as we know, Karen Nakombe is one very well-conditioned player.
Absolutely, well said there. Zambia enjoying playing hockey in the final third. It's taken quickly, but Sean Myers is not happy with that from Loveness Mudenda. He's going to have to come back to the mark and try and go again.
Yes, first opportunity here for Zambia as they look for a circle penetration. Zambia enter into the D. Ball sent across, however, number 13 picks it up for Zambia. Captain number 11 for Zambia on the ball, however, nicked off under pressure, attempted overhead, not executed well on that occasion by Namibia, however, still in possession. Milan on the ball at top D. Milan gifting the ball away to Loveless Mudenda with the through ball onto Nakombe. Nakombe with a reverse stick shot, blocked by Captain Kiana Shea. The umpire signal a long corner there, a whisker of a chance. You don't want to give her space, TC.
Yeah, absolutely, but well shut down there from Namibia to avoid that shot. She had lined up that reversed shot early, but Namibia still needing to do some defending. Looks like that didn't travel 5 before going in.
But the Namibian player touched the ball just outside the circle, therefore ruling that the ball had moved 5, and thus play on there. Through ball there for number 7, Dania Maya, unfortunately unable to control the ball, in a quick counter-attack opportunity for Namibia. That goes awry. Mudenda on the ball. Brilliant twist and turn, hounded by Nietling of Namibia. Brilliant turn into midfield, however, the pass not quite accurate, TC. Zambia failing to string the passes at the moment.
Yeah, they're failing to get that final pass, that break through this Namibian defense. But yeah, I think Namibia have done better in this first quarter. Just don't have a goal to show for it, but they've had countless opportunities to score. Coach won't be happy with that penalty corner conversion in this first quarter, but still plenty of time to play.
Yes, brilliant skill. A quick restart there from Loveness Mudenda, leaving Nietling for dead on that occasion. Can she string up this fine run? However, a bit of obstruction there from her teammate. Breakdown in communication again, letting Zambia down yet again, TC.
Yeah, they need to do better. I'm sure that'll be the chat from the coach. Just under 3.5 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Can any of these sides get the opener?
Yes, tournament hockey being as difficult as it is, a rest day can do you good or some bad. As we see with the Zambians, they look a little off the mark at the moment, but nothing the coach hasn't identified and can't fix with the break at the end of the first chaka coming through shortly. Zambians appealing for a short corner there as the umpires debate between themselves. Zambians are appealing for a short corner there. However, looks like that lift came just outside the D. Interesting contrast from both coaching camps, TC. Mr. Trevor Cormack of Namibia, very calm, collected at the moment, less vocal as compared to the Zambian coach.
Well, the Zambians have been very vocal throughout this tournament. Guess it comes from a good place, the passion they have to see their nation doing well. But yeah, Trevor Cormack very composed, arms folded at the moment, but sure inside he'll be a little nervous, you know.
Yes, interesting observation. He likes to have a look at what's really going on in this field, and when he's rolling his substitution, as we see, he's having a chat with Milan, trying to give some tactical ingenious that he can impart on his player, so by the time she gets back on, she can be able to execute something that has been well spotted by the coach there.
Well, Namibia on the attack yet again. This is good from them. It's Henry Else now on the ball. And they got a hit just outside the circle. That was Wina Musanda committing the foul there. Kayla Landsberg sends it in. The shot comes in. That was a very good shot at the ball. But just over the crossbar there. Namibia still can't find that opener they're searching for.
Yes, scores locked at 0 apiece at the moment. You got to feel this might be a low-scoring game because they look evenly matched in terms of the defensive structure, but Namibia with more chances at the moment. 4 penalty corners thus far, failing to convert any. Might they rue these chances, TC, later on in the game?
Well, they've had plenty, haven't they? And often do we see it in sports where teams don't take their chances to score and it comes back to hurt them later.
Yes, very much so, as we see Martha Kolomo on the ball for Zambia. One-handed dribble here for Martha Kolomo. Past one defender, earning herself a free hit just outside the D. The crowd appealing for what looked like a deliberate foot there in the short corner. However, umpire Peter Chasusa seeing it differently, signaling that it was a foot outside the circle. No short corner. End of the first quarter, 0 apiece. We'll see you after the break. Welcome back to the second chaka, this opening match of the third day. Namibia taking on Zambia in the ladies classification. Jostle and tussle. Interesting team talk there from Namibia. Coach emphasizing possession being key, and a slight disappointment in the work rate of his ladies in tracking back after having losing the ball, but emphasizing possession is key. They must look after and protect that ball much better.
Absolutely, and if they can correct that in this second quarter, you would fancy that they would have more and more opportunities for those circle penetrations, and that will lead to some goals in this game. But I definitely do think we are going to see goals in this match as they warm up into the game more. That's a great piece of play there from Adore Mea.
Yes, unfortunately, getting the wrong side of the defensive play there, and Zambia earning themselves a hit out. But a great lead run from Maya in the corner there.
Well, here comes Carol Nakombe, she's going, and this is what she does so well. Just couldn't pick out the pass in the circle, but giving her more space there, Namibia. That's not what they want to do, Ben.
Yes, very much so. Carol Nakombe ghosting past 3 defenders of Namibia on that occasion. A warning shot fired there by Carol. One to look out for definitely as she warms up into this game.
Namibia still trying to penetrate the circle. Into the circle it goes. Nobody on the end of that one. 16-yard hit out. Just not picking up that final pass that they need to get someone on the end of that one.
Yes, a little bit of lapse of concentration there from Namibia. They need to be a little more clinical as they're wasting numerous chances at the moment. Neatling with the restart here for Namibia. So now Ludwig with the switch onto Kanishe Cormac, driving at the heart of out to Milan on the right back flank here, sending it into the right hand corner. Fortunately a foot.
It's a good piece of play there from Loveness Mudenda to switch play. She finds Martha Kalomo. Martha Kalomo's fouled, so Zambia just inside their own half, they'll have a hit. It's like their captain Martha Nankala is going to take this one, looking to come to the left. Good pass to pick out one of her players. Now it's with Loveness Mudenda. She can't control it well enough to keep possession and just gifting it away to Namibia.
Yes, attempted jink of the ball over the stick there, however, poorly executed. Nakamba turning over the ball easily for Zambia, who are being starved of possession at the moment by Namibians. However, the Namibians aren't converting as much as we see a whole host of substitutions lined up for Namibia, TC.
Yep, coach wanting just fresh legs to get onto the park and hopefully change their fortunes. And again, it's just really tatty from both sides at the moment. They're just not managing to keep possession of the ball, but that's a lovely pass. It's now with Loveness Mudenda yet again. She's shown quite good skill, turning, very good stick work as well, Loveness Mudenda.
Yes, very good with her ball control, receiving passes under pressure, twisting, turning on that occasion, earning her side a foot in some much needed territory as they look to, again, Zambians losing the ball way too easily there.
Yeah, Beauty Mwachunga making a pass straight to the Namibian defender. That's not what they want to do more of. Both coaches getting a little bit frustrated here with their players, Ben. They seem to just be losing possession easily, not finding each other at the end of those passes.
Yes, both teams looking a little hangover. I wonder where they spent their time over the rest day, TC.
Maybe it's too much resting. You know, when you rest too much, it's almost like you're having to start again. We had 2 days of fantastic end-to-end hockey. That break, as you mentioned earlier, kind of does take a while at times to get back into the full swing of things, but I'm sure as this game progresses, we'll see a higher standard of hockey.
Yes, as we see another turnover there from Sunil Ludwig, failing to trap the ball under no sorts of pressure at all, and maybe the Namibians guilty of enjoying this beautiful capital city of ours, as we see them on the counter attack here with number 23 on the ball. 24 rather.
Charlie Ricks going slightly away from goal. They're waiting for numbers to come into the circle. She's got a free hit now. Charlie's back. It goes to her from Kayla Landsberg. Still got the hit though on the side there. So this is good build up from Namibia. Keeping the ball nice and close is Danya Meyer. Looking for the 5 before it goes in. And Sean May is not happy with the 5 there, so again, frustrating for the coach this, but yep, they have to keep going, yep, both sides have to keep going.
Yes, Maya attempting to move the ball 5 yards. However, her drags left to right were less than a meter. So umpire Sean Myers quick to spot that and averting the advantage for Namibia there and turnover to Zambia.
Again, not a convincing pass at all from Beauty Mwachunga. Just allows Namibia to attack in a very dangerous space, and no one to get to the end of that one. Yet again, it's been the story of this game so far.
Yes, Adore Maya there with the attempted one-time swivel and swat at the ball there. I'm not sure she'd had plenty of time to control that and take a decent shot away. However, to the frustration of the coach, Namibia wasting yet another chance here.
Namibia defending now. Zambia trying to get out and get higher up the field. That's a much better pass to pick out a player. This is much better now from the Zambian ladies. Brenda Kalunga fires it forward, and here comes Carol Nakombe. She cannot control that ball. So it's a comedy of errors, isn't it?
Yes, the bounce of the hockey ball on that occasion eluding her, and fortunately she looked to be getting into gear. However, Zambia still on the charge at the moment. This looked like it came off the hand there. However, the umpire saw a foot. Zambia trying to build some pressure here on Namibia. Can they convert this chance? As we see Brenda Kalunga on the ball, onto Weena, number 14, back to Kalunga. Through ball there from Kalunga. Zambia with the chance, however, turned over again. Both teams guilty of not being clinical within the circle at the moment.
It's called reverse pressing, actually. It's actually not a rule like that. It's a tactic.
Sean Myers.
They've been doing it, they get away, but we do it once, then we blow it. I don't understand.
Yes, Coach Cormac questioning the call from Sean Myers there. However, requesting a little bit of fair play in blowing, as some of the calls seems to be going against Namibia at the moment. But I tell you what, that might be just out of frustration, as the teams just aren't firing at the moment. Maybe they need a shot or two at halftime.
Yeah, but just failing to find those connections is what the Namibian coaches complaining about. But Namibia have another chance now. Charlize Ricks sends it forward. Higgs trying to get it into the circle. She's still on the ball. Just a foul outside the circle. It's traveled the 5. That's going to be sent into the circle. Another penalty corner. It's been a while since we've seen. I think this is the first one in the second quarter. So can they convert? Can they get that opener? Which will definitely open the game up a lot more. Namibia with another opportunity now.
Yes, Cleopatra Bwanga there, guilty of forcing the ball over the baseline, resulting in a short corner for Namibia. Their 5th of the match. Can they convert this time round? Neatling and Cormac on the right. Be clinical this time with this set piece opportunity.
So close, but yet so far once again from the Namibian ladies. Nice variation at the short corner. Unfortunately, that ball slightly going behind. Couldn't trap it into the circle. But had that fallen to her stick, I think that would have been quite an easy tap in. But as I said, so close, but yet so far.
Yes, a little bit overrun there by number 11, Kyla Landsberg on that occasion with a gaping goal to her, as Namibia continue to press Zambia. However, Zambia turning the ball over. Captain Kalunga, Nankala rather, on the ball there for Nakombe on the ball, charging, twisting, turning, sending the ball out onto the right hand flank for Martha Kalomo. Look like a short corner signaled there by the umpire Chasusa. First chance of the set piece for Zambia. Can they be clinical? And we certainly hope they've been working hard in order to create a chance for themselves. Finally, they have one in this set piece opportunity here in the second half. Score still locked at 0 apiece.
Zambia with their first short corner this second quarter.
A brilliant, brave defending there from number 5, Kiana Shea. Putting her body on the line, however, umpire's ruling. Bit of obstruction there, I think, and resulting in a second short corner, but some quick fire, rapid defense and courageous defense from Captain Fantastic. However, ruled against her, and second short corner opportunity for Zambia here. Poor execution from Zambia on that occasion. Another block by Captain Kiana Shea, denying the Zambians entry into the Namibian circle.
Yeah, the execution at short corners in this entire match from both these sides has been below average. Haven't managed to make full use of that. They'll rue these opportunities as the score remains 0-0. Good turnover there from Zambia. Just the execution of that pass. Carol Nakombe into the circle. Keeper comes off her line. Still an opportunity here for Zambia. And that's a penalty corner. Zambia putting some form of pressure now. Is this the start of the shift in momentum, Ben? 2 penalty corners, 3 actually in the space of a very short time. Zambia will be looking to convert here.
Yes, Namibians guilty of ball watching and expecting the umpires to blow. However, not playing to the whistle and being caught off guard there by a quick counter-attack orchestrated by none other than Nakombe, getting the shot away. However, the keeper charging out. Berencia Diamond there, blocking it out and resulting in a foot off the Namibians. Third short corner for Zambia. Can they convert? Nakamba with the shot here. Brilliant save from Diamond. And a hit out, a blistering shot from top D by Nakombe. And Diamond with a decisive foot, clearing the ball off the Namibian goal line.
Oh, Nakombe got a clean hit on that one, but great save from the goalkeeper from Namibia. And the rebound did come. They had another opportunity. She attempted that reverse shot, but fortunately not good enough.
Yes, interesting debate here on the touchline by Namibian captain, encouraging her players to just clear the ball away instead of inviting the pressure, which resulted in 3 consecutive short corners there. Namibia guilty of their own worst enemy there.
Great tracking back there from Namibia. The counter attack was certainly on, but they managed to stall it, and they're now going forward. Namibia looking to send it back. That's good play to identify that there's no space up front. And here come Namibia.
Tyler Landsberg on the ball here with the ball through. However, misguided pass through the attempt to ball through ball to else there, but Landberg guilty of not executing well enough on that occasion. She looks a little bit tired and lethargic at the moment, TC.
Yeah, lethargic is the right word to use, Ben. It's been both teams guilty of just not getting good quality ball. Beauty Mwachunga. It's dispossessed to the utter dismay of the Zambian coach, but time has been stopped here for an injury.
Yes, a collision there in the Zambian defensive half. Looks like number 5, Beauty Mwachunga, with the taking the knock there for Zambia as the medics, courtesy of Health Point, one of our sponsors for this tournament, have had a very busy day on the second day. Today already looks like Beauty Mwachunga taking a knock in the back there with a little bit of the wind knocked out of her sails as she is helped off the field. We definitely wish her well, and hopefully we can see her back on the park soon, TC.
Absolutely, never nice to see players getting taken off the field due to injury, but she will get the attention she needs. And like you said, we hope she'll be back on the park to join her fellow teammates. That's a great turn there from Brenda Kalunga, but obstruction is the call from Sean Mayers, and rightfully so.
Yes, guilty of shielding the ball there from the defender, utilizing her body, however illegally so. Possession handed over to the Namibians as they look to get back and take charge of this game in the second quarter. Neatling on the ball. Landsberg challenged by Mudenda. It was a definite stick tap. We heard a blinding crack of both sticks coming together, and the Zambians still appeal that, TC.
Yeah. Interesting, eh? Interesting just to listen to the comments of both the technical areas, but umpire's decision is final. Landsberg on the ball now. This is great from Loveness Mudenda. But Landsberg does well to get the ball.
Yes, Landsberg pickpocketing Mudenda there, who's somewhat relaxed after winning that ball there, as we see the halftime mark come and both teams still locked at nil apiece. Very frustrating, and well, millions of chances wasted by both sides. Zambia looks to take the charge with 3 consecutive short corners. However, Diamond, the keeper, standing tall, keeping Zambians at bay, but both teams guilty of not taking advantage of the chances they've had in this half, TC.
Yeah, absolutely. Both sides will definitely want to quickly forget about those first 2 quarters and look to come back the second half and do better in terms of converting in the final third. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll join you for the third and fourth quarter in not so long.
It's a great feeling. It's a lot of pressure because I know the crowd can get quite intense, but it's an amazing feeling because previously we haven't been able to show something this big. So I think it's a big win for them, and we're just looking to make the home crowd proud. We have a very young squad. It's nice that we're rebuilding and developing.
out here, and we haven't spoken about the weather. Isn't this just beautiful weather? Slight breeze across the turf. The sun is out, not a cloud in the sky, but it's gonna get warmer, but it's beautiful weather for hockey.
Brilliant, beautiful weather under the Zimbabwean sun. Nothing beats it. Africa's finest. Another goal to Namibia.
Here they come as they are about to make a circle penetration, playing hockey on the strong side, pressing on. Play on, says the umpire, and what a reverse tomahawk. We spoke about that earlier.
Through. Shot at top D. Save.
I almost thought that was a serve in tennis. They will certainly be important. Namibia causing all sorts of problems, and they get their third. What a good finding, but Namibia on the attack again. How often have we seen this in this first quarter? Circle entry, goalkeeper's off his line, and what? Up front from Trish Mukumba. But Zambia get in the way. This is a golden opportunity for Zimbabwe to open the scoring. So much pressure from the Zambians.
The team resulting in a penalty flick to be taken by Diaz Elijah, and the crowd goes hush. And Diaz sends it into the bottom left-hand corner with a cheer from the Zimbabwean crowd. Command in this game.
Trouble here. It's Ginger Ninja. She's into the circle. She sends the cross in, and that is how Zambia would have wanted to start this third quarter. Brilliant interception from Carol Nakombe, and they get the opener. The jab tackle coming in there, but into the circle it goes. Free player trying to look for top D. Gets it back. The shot is taken, and it is put away in absolute style by Tatenda Kanyangarara. What a piece of play there.
What an absolute lethal finish from Tatenda Kanyangarara, gathering the ball up there, whacking it into the far right corner. Zimbabwe 2, Zambia 1.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the second half. We've seen a goalless first two quarters from Namibia women and Zambia women. Coming out from the halftime break, will we see goals in this encounter? They've re-strategized. They would have spoken about what needs to be done better in order to convert. Zambia, they have indeed got confirmation from the captain that they have re-strategized. So Zambia will be playing from left to right. Ben, well, this quarter an important one, isn't it?
Yes, a very, very important one here for both sides as they look to take charge. A very subdued half-time break in both camps. Very stern, very clear in expectations. Hopefully both teams can conjure up something to make this game a little bit more exciting in terms of goals, TC.
Absolutely. Having said that though, excuse me, we did see a lot of chances. Yes, they went unconverted, but I'm sure chances will continue to be created. It's now about being clinical in that final third.
Yes, execution will be everything. Possession will be key as only 30 minutes to play. And those 30 minutes really counting down fast. And you've got to say, it will boil down to that one chance between these two sides. Whoever can be able to come up with a trick play. As we see yet another ball go astray from the Namibians. And as both teams look to get a grip on this match here.
Yeah, they need some form of brilliance. I mean, this is when you count on your top players to do something special. And they do. Both sides have some quality players who can actually spark this game into life to create those opportunities.
Yes, very much so. Interestingly noticed, the Namibians have what looks like a seal as their mascot. Maybe they can draw some inspiration from it. I'm not sure if it has a name, TC.
Well, it's very colorful. It's got a nice seat in the house there, but definitely they'll be looking to get some form of go-forward ball here. But it has been lethargic. We mentioned it in that second quarter. And this won't be too good in terms of that goal difference for the Zambian women who really need to score goals. Obviously, Zimbabwe yet to play their women against Eswatini. They'll be looking to try and also make sure that goal difference is a lot better. It's gone back to the keeper. Not often we see that, but a good pass from the keeper there.
Yes, goalkeepers are somewhat creative beings. They might look as if they're not too skillful, but I tell you what, it's something to be able to kick that ball and maneuver the stick as we saw in that occasion.
First opportunity now for Zambia to try and get into that final third. It's a good cutout pass to Wina Munsanda, but she's tackled very well. And here come Namibia through Philander. Philander's fouled, so Namibia can continue. It's the captain, Kiana Shea Cormack's back on the park now.
Yes, so that looked like a deliberate breakdown of play, and Zambians lucky there not to get away with no card on that occasion as play continues. Another ball going over the baseline. Both teams can't seem to get these shots away on target, relying on short corners. They say nothing coming out of broken play or open play execution at the moment. Brilliant touch there for number 19, Tara Myberg on the ball, unfortunately overrunning it a bit. As you see, the Zambians caught it. Landsberg here. A stern look from Loveless Mdenda to the umpire there to say, geez, give me a break. Unfortunately, umpires are the bosses of the match, and she can't really do anything about that call.
Oh, they both had their game faces on, I tell you what. Sean Mayers and Loveness Mundenda. All part of the game, isn't it?
Yes, very much so. Double team tackle there by Namibia. Rix on the ball there, together with Philander, Zeli Philander there, cutting out Nokombe, who's trying to get a grip on this game as the ball is sent through for the Zambians. However, failing to get a stick on the end of that is number 9, Memory Chaya. Hopefully she can be able to gather and chaya the ball into the goals, TC.
I see what you did there, Ben. I see what you did there. Certainly, someone just needs to chaya the ball in the circle when they do get those opportunities to get into the circle. Landsberg sends it forward into the circle. They go. An attempted shot, but Zambia do well to defend. The danger's not done. Maybe are looking for options up front. But Loveness Mudenda in the way yet again. And on she goes, trying to get into the Namibian half. Good steal there from the captain, Kiana Shea Cormack, and she passes it forward to Mila Milan. Back to the captain she goes. Oh, some good stick work there. But, obstruction from the Zambians. And this is a good ball in that cannot be trapped. Can you believe it? Another opportunity, but nothing comes of it.
Yes, Kiana Shea coming on in the second half here, looking to inject some pace, utilizing herself as a wall pass and trying to initiate a bit of confident play in her team. However, passes just not sticking where it matters.
Carol Nakombe dispossessed. Sure, it'll start getting a little frustrating when you know what you can do, but you're being shut down.
Yes, Martha Nankala looked to have taken a knock in the head there as the Zambians come on to the ball. Can they bring up? Here's captain on the ball here. Through ball to Weena. Weena with the jink past Cormac. Cormac, however, guilty of breaking down the play there with the stick tap on Weena, number 14 for Zambia. Zambians regroup. Namibians regroup as Needling marshals the top of the D for Namibia. Captain Nankala with an attempted through ball, intercepted here by Namibian Adore Maya. Anine Leroux spreading the ball out wide there, however, failing to control the ball. Kyla Landsberg with a jolted and slight slump of the shoulders there in disappointment.
That is very disappointing. Should have been kept in play. Oh, turnover here. Namibia are in. Opportunity. The shot comes in. But gonna begging.
Yes, a very scuffed chance there for Maya Carsten. Maya Carsten with a very weak attempt at the shot, a reverse stick shot, but the keeper, Zambian keeper, had come out charging that ball. Chipole Pole shutting down the space well for her team. All too disappointing at the moment as our necks are becoming a little bit stiff as we continue shaking our heads here up in here in the commentary box, TC.
Yeah, both sides not doing good enough at the moment, but still time, Ben. Still time to fix these kind of errors. There's lots of opportunities being created. Hockey's being played in between the two halves here, but can Carol Nakombe make something happen here? Head up hockey. She's looking for her runners up front. That's a good ball, but not managed to control it there. Memory Chaya.
Yes, brilliant hold-up play there from Nicole Nakombe. Looking for that through ball down the line. Perfectly weighted pass. Chaya unable to collect. Turnover to Namibia. A brilliant block tackle there from number 11, Kyla Landsberg. earning the turnover for the Namibians, who are hot on the charge as they look to enter the circle here. Another ball goes awry yet again. Promising build-up play in the midfield. It's the final third that both teams are failing to just make that crucial, accurate pass yet again.
Yeah, it's beginning to get really frustrating for both coaches here, especially when you know the ability of your team. Just failing to trap the ball in the circle. Schoolgirl errors, you'd like to say, some of these. But Zambia now trying to build up play. Good interception yet again, creating something.
Yes, Landsberg guilty of trying to play the umpire a bit there. Ball turnover. Nakombe on captain Kiana Shea. Shoulder charge. It looked like a 50-50 ball, but Nakombe was never going to get to that ball, and she earns herself 5 minutes in the naughty chair. And Zambia are down by the very crucial player. Can Namibia take the advantage here?
Now Carol Nakombe guilty of making Kiana Shea Cormac tumble to the ground in a heap. So she sees the game from the sideline for 5 minutes. And this is an opportunity, isn't it, now for Namibia to really crack on and make Zambia pay for that. Zambia on the attack. Good solid defense from Mila Malan.
Yes, if Namibia are to employ a high press here, they can effect an overload. However, not by errant passing like that from Jerica Bartlett, the experienced campaigner, with a bit of a short-changed pass to a teammate. Namibia really need to seize the opportunity here of having one extra player on the park at the moment. Namibia still on the ball here. Looks like a short corner signaled by the umpire. Not too sure what happened on that occasion, as there seems to be a debate of sorts. However, umpires ruling short corner to Namibia. Namibia one player up. Can they take the advantage by breaking the deadlock here to take a 1-0 lead? A longish team huddle at the top of the D there. As the clock keeps moving, we see Kiana on the left-hand castle, Milan on the right. Can Namibia execute to perfection? Injection comes through, out to the captain, who slips it to the right. Poorly executed short corner there. Brilliant defense though from the Namibians, who working together in the unit as Loveness Mundenda looks for the quick break, however missing the ball. Sideline ball to Namibia.
Suneli bypass, Jerry Suneli.
Namibia now working it from deep. That's a good pass to the right flank and pressing on. More opportunities here being created, but Zambia disrupting that attack for a little while. Namibia into the circle. Oh, what a save from the goalkeeper. Pole had to stop that one. Had she missed that, there was a player behind her to tap it in.
Yes, brilliant positional play from the goalkeeper on that occasion, as the Namibians look to continue pressing. The ball's cleared once again, unfortunately coming off a foot on the attempted rather danger from Loveness Mundenda. Having not picked up, the umpire tried to play advantage. However, another short corner to Namibia as they look to turn the screw on Zambia.
I think this is the one now. This is the one that's going to be converted, Ben.
You want to bet, TC?
Moment we've been waiting for.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. TC in the house saying that Namibia are going to score. Let's hope it won't be a little bit of a commentator's curse on that occasion. Yes, Namibia with the flick. Unfortunately, danger signaled by the umpire there, and a hit out again. Another wasted opportunity for Namibia.
This rate, it's looking like it's going to be a goalless draw. Ben, I know there's still a fourth quarter to come, but we are locked at 0-0 here.
Wait a minute, TC, you just lost a bet that Namibia were going to score. You owe me a Coke, buddy.
Coke coming your way. Coke coming your way. Here goes Loveness Mudenda. Good pass to find Wina Munsanda. Good play from Neri Mwewa, but Namibia on the attack yet again.
Yes, Namibia looking to counter-attack there. Unfortunately, a lifted ball gifting Zambia a sigh of relief there as Namibia look to implore an overload on the right-hand flank. Just 1 minute to go here in the third chukka of this opening match between Namibia and Zambia. Most of the hockey in this third chukka being played in the Zambian half as Cormac goes past Captain Nankala. Brilliant surging run from Captain Fantastic in the midfield there, trying to put her charges forward. A brilliant switch on to Landsberg. Landsberg with the banana run as she looks to penetrate the circle. Looks like a short corner, a brilliant injection of pace from Kyla Landsberg, earning the Namibians yet another short corner. Can they capitalize?
Not going to call it this time, but Namibia will surely be hoping that this will be the opener.
Yes, shame on you, TC, for betting against the Zambians on that occasion. But yeah, hopefully the Namibians can execute to perfection, earning themselves a very crucial 1-0 lead in this opening tie. Ball goes to Cormac. Cormac with the slap. Well defended by the Zambians. However, Namibia still on the charge here. Can the Zambians clear their line? Another short corner right on the buzzer, to the dismay of the Zambian bench. However, that looked like another foot just in the nick of time, just before the buzzer. Last chance in this third chukka for Namibia.
This is another opportunity, Ben, before the break of the third quarter. And not to be yet again. We go into...
Yes, umpires just debating here. It looks like Sean Myers might have seen an infringement, might result in a Namibian retake again. And rightfully so.
Another crack at it.
To the dismay of Shadrack Katele, the Zambian assistant coach. And rightfully so. The pressure telling at the moment. Desperate times here for Zambia. And as well as desperate times for Namibia, who look to just score. Maybe something can come out of this. Kiana Shea lined up with Neatling. A poor attempt of a push. Back to the stop here. Flick. And the ball is cleared. Bouncing out the circle. Averting the danger there. The Zambians. Another life. Zambian seems to have many lives at the moment.
Oh, yeah. But it ends the third quarter. Still 0-0 on the board. We'll take a quick break. Will there be goals? Well, we'll find out in the fourth and final quarter, which is coming up just now.
Yes, welcome back to this fourth and final chukka of the opening match of day 3 here in the Central Southern Africa Cup of Nations qualifier for the 2025 edition. Zambia and Namibia guilty of wasting multiple chances. 15 minutes to go. Who will come out tops, TC?
Certainly they don't want to draw, I can tell you that, Ben. Zambia and Namibia want to come out here with the victory. What will affect the Zambians the most here is that goal difference. They would have wanted to score. Namibia boasting of a much healthier goal difference at the moment, and the way the tournament's going looks like it is going to come down to that goal difference between Zimbabwe and Zambia.
Yes, slight difference. I think a goal or two between Zambia and Zimbabwe, and looks likely that the Zim ladies will play out for position 1 and 2 come the fourth and final day if the score remains as is at the moment.
Absolutely, and a wasted opportunity there. Zambia just pushed upfield, no one on the end of that one.
Yes, Namibia look to be work the ball out from a very high press from Zambia at the moment. A clever ball by number 4, Sunil Ludwig there, averting the danger. Struggling a bit with getting the ball out of their half at the moment as the Zambians employ a very high press, as you can see. Brilliant pressure from the Zambians, earning the turnover deep in the Namibian half. You got to feel that Anine Leroux there should have completed the switch as she tried to force the ball back into the left-hand channel, which was a little bit congested. There's so much space out here on the near side, TC.
Yeah, plenty of space that's there to be exploited and used. Unfortunately, not managing to switch play. Trevor Cormack imploring his charges to communicate with each other, to talk. There, they've now come to the left side. That's with Marika Neethling. She cannot control the ball. And what we've seen so much throughout the game continues to happen in this final quarter. But Carol Nakombe now looking to work some magic. Into the circle it goes, but straight to the keeper. Namibia have changed keepers at the break. Petros Stoffberg is now in. And Diamond, who played the 3 quarters, she's now off the field. And another opportunity, Ben, gone a-begging.
Yes, yet another opportunity going a-begging. But I tell you what, the Zambians are employing a very high press, trying to jam Namibia in their own half, turning the screw a bit. Looks like the Zambians have come alive. However, Cormack driving the ball deep, dispossessed in midfield in the attempt to look for the pass there. Zambians interchanging well. Unfortunately, Carol just stepping on the ball there. Els on the ball here for Namibia. Back to Els. Or rather, Charlize Ricks there with the attempted switch, intercepted by Carol Nakombe, but hitting the foot as Philander subs on for Ricks, who looks a bit tired at the moment, breathing for a lot of air at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. She felt she hadn't got that ball to the foot, but again, Sean Meyer's decision is final. We've seen it all game. Namibia now.
Namibia with the shot, a save, and the rebound. Coming off the keeper there. Chipole Pole caught on the back foot, unable to get a strong foot to the ball. Adoria Maya looked like it to tap the ball in. Adoria Maya there, number 2 for the Namibians, pouncing on that weak clearance from Chipole Pole, the goalkeeper. Namibia taking chance. 1-0.
Well, we've finally seen the goal we have been waiting for 3.5 quarters. Namibia take the lead, and this was such a relief for their coach, Trevor Cormack. Finally, they score the goal, and Zambia now with it all to do.
Yes, Zambia with it all to do. I tell you what, this is a team which put under adversity can conjure up something. Can they pull themselves back into this match? Still time in this fourth and final quarter. You got to think that Nakobe will have something to say about the final score.
Yeah, about 10 minutes to go. A lot of the hopes will be pinned on Carol Nakombe to do some magic, to work that magic we saw. And what an interception there. Carol Nakombe was lurking behind there, but great defending.
Yes, Azali Philander there with the timely intercept as Nakombe had made a lead run into the D. Brilliant cover defense from the Namibian number 3 there as they look to intercept from Nakombe. Nakombe checking around the goalkeeper. What a piece of sniping play from Carol Nakombe. Cutting out the switch ball, the defender caught unawares. Nakombe sprinting out the blocks, jinking around the keeper to equalize for Zambia. I told you, TC.
Oh, you did indeed. And if anyone wants to score, it is Carol Nakombe who gets the equalizer. And this game is now finishing so well. It's 1-1. Namibia got the opener. Zambia got the response. We're in for a treat to end this game.
Yes, a treat. We are in, and the crowd seems glued on as it looks like the Eswatini team, both ladies and women, making up the bulk of the crowd so far as Zimbabwe and Eswatini ladies warm up for the match to come. As Namibia look to charge here, Myberg with the shot. Looked like Cormac rather with the shot at top D, and it came off the stick, as they say. Long corner here for Namibia. Denyamaya there with the ball into the D. Here's Captain Cormac. Cormac with the dribble left, right, and the shot. Saved by Chipole Pole. Nakombe looks to sprint the ball out as he takes the charge here. Ghosting pass. The Namibian defense. Brilliant cover defense there from Azali Philander for Namibia.
That's such good defense. Tracking back. Namibia find themselves switching play now in their deep in their half, trying to work it out. That's good skill to get rid of the attention from the Zambian player there.
Yes, Wina, number 14, there, Munsanda of Zambia, guilty of playing the ball after the whistle. However, umpires letting her off the hook on that occasion as Cormac drives the ball into the heart of Zambia. Landsberg driving the ball at the defense there, however, not finding the foot. Bit of obstruction ruled by the umpire there. Brilliant in and out there from Martha Kalomo, number 8 for Zambia, who looks to find the number 12, Harriet Mutangama. Cormac on the ball for Zambia. Brilliant distribution out here to Jerica Bartlett, finding the space out on the near side for Namibia. Namibia on the charge again. Charlize Ricks here with the reverse stick restart.
Chipole Pole barking out instructions to her defenders, keeping her defenders on check.
Yes,
Very vocal.
Yes, concentration key as we see Milan on the ball with the brilliant switch ball out to Landsberg. Landsberg with the ball down the line, collected by Namibia. Captain Cormac dispossessed, chinks into the D, left, right, slip ball into the D. Handsomely defended here as we see the Zambians twist and turn. Loveless Mudenda on the ball here for Zambia. Can she pull up a trick play here? Onto Nakombe. Nakombe on the ball. tackled by Charlize Rex in midfield, breaking down play brilliantly there for the Namibians.
Yeah, it is the final quarter, 1-1. It's been locked for a long time in this game. It was 0-0 for a long time. Namibia got the opener, which we felt might be the winner. Zambia through. Carol Nakombe getting the equalizer. And now Zambia in pursuit of getting their second goal, which would mean they lead this contest for the first time. But some good defending.
Yes, Ludwig, a little bit of a no-nonsense there. Clearance, rather getting her charges behind the ball, swatting the ball out. Nankala missing the ball there.
Well, if you are just joining us, welcome to this broadcast on the African Hockey Federation page, brought to you by Rising Stars, sponsored by Steel Center. Thank you very much for your support. It is 1-1. It's the final quarter and it's everything to play for in these closing stages.
Very much so, as we see Milan restart here for Namibia onto Ludwig. Ludwig through to number 11, Kyla Landsberg. Charge on from Namibia here as they penetrate the circle, swinging the ball back across the D. A shot! Fortunately, the ball going wide there to oohs and ahs from the Namibian bench. Really raring for their teammates to go to get that winner as both teams chase and try to break this deadlock. We were at 0-0 for so long. Now all of a sudden it's 1-1 as Nakombe is on the ball for Zambia. Through ball from Nakombe.
My word, how close was that? She got the stick to it, eh?
Yes, unfortunately, slight deflection, not quite strong enough to deflect the ball on goals, as Martha Kaloma with the reverse stick across, needling in defense there for Namibia as Nankala retrieves to number 12. Number 12, twist and turn, needling strong at top D for Namibia as Namibia look to play it out. Decisive tackle there, Martha Kalomo. 1v1 there with Kyla Landsberg. Unfortunately, she thought she had won that ball, but illegally so. Zambia looking to exert some pressure here.
A goal now most certainly would be the winner, in my opinion. Namibia come away with it now. They've got numbers forward, some good skills there. From Henriels, she's dispossessed. Manages to fight for it back. It's a good tussle for possession there.
Yes,
Zambia come out on top though.
Captain Martha Nankala standing strong in the tackle there. Zambia look to counter-attack. An errant ball again in the attempt to find a through ball to Carol Nakombe. I'll tell you what, one team is going to have their heart broken here.
That's if they can find the next goal in this game. Zambia enjoying some possession here that they need to use wisely. Danger there. Lifted ball allows Namibia to come away with it. It'll be a free hit just inside their own half.
Yes, some brilliant execution from Martha Kalome, looking to slap the ball across with lifting it slightly. However, a little bit too high on that occasion, but one for the school kids back home who are watching. An important skill in order to beat the trailing stick of a defender. As Zambia are guilty of ball watching a bit there, as number 9, Jerica Bartlett with the ball here. Swing and a miss. Clearance by Martha Chipolo Polo. And the Zambians are out here. Kalomo caught with the ball between her legs. Looked like an infringement there. Lazarus Mundenda on the ball here. Inside out play from ball sent across there. Swing and a miss in the D. A bit of Happy-go-lucky hockey there from Harriet Mutangama, who had time to trap that ball and be able to get a shot on goal. TC.
Yeah, absolutely an opportunity to score the winner there for Zambia, but not coming and not being able to control that in the circle. Clock is ticking. Looks like this is going to be a 1-1 draw unless Zambia can conjure up something, or Namibia. Not long to go now.
Yes, Zambia executing a very high press, causing problems for the Namibians at the moment, but a brilliant search from Captain Cormac, sending the ball into the D. Here's a shot by number 6 for Namibia, saved by Chipole Pole. Inspirational play by Captain Cormac, who is brought down in the 25. Would have thought that would have been a short corner for Namibia on that occasion. Play continues here. Cormac drives the ball into the D, appealing for a short corner.
On the brink of full time, they are awarded a short corner to win the game. Oh my, oh my. What an ending to this game. What an opportunity for Namibia to go 2-1 up and take another win in this tournament, if they can convert.
Yes, I think over 10 unconverted short corners for Namibia this whole match. It does boil down to this last play in the match. Can they really concentrate, as I see what looks like Nettling and Milan on left and right castle, with Captain Cormac slightly to the left. I should think this ball is going to be slipped to Cormac. Injection for Namibia here. Hearts in the chest at the moment. Not sure what the umpires are signaling. I think an early break from the attacker. Thank you, table, for that. My vision a little bit obscured at the moment. After some sore hockey, I must say, in this game. But the fourth quarter has livened up as Namibia inject. Nettling on the ball with the crack here. Yes, looks like the umpire is signaling that the ball was stopped within the D on that occasion. A bit of debate at the moment. The ball did find itself in the back of the net, though, from that shot from Nettling. 1 apiece at the end of this one.
Both sides guilty of making countless mistakes, especially in that final third. In the end, they will settle for a 1-1 draw, but not a good result for the Zambians. They would have wanted that win. Namibia still yet to be beaten in this tournament. But the draw, I guess, is a fair result, given that both sides had opportunities that they managed to put away 1 apiece. So that ends the first game of day 3 here at the Central South African Qualifier for Africa Cup of Nations. Namibia women 1, Zambia women 1.
Wasted chances.
out here, and we haven't spoken about the weather. Isn't it just beautiful weather? Slight breeze across the turf. The sun is out. No. Out here, and we haven't spoken about the weather. Isn't it just beautiful weather? Slight breeze across the turf. The sun is out. No, not a cloud in the sky, but it's gonna get warmer. But it's beautiful weather for hockey.
Brilliant, beautiful weather under the Zimbabwean sun. Nothing beats it. Africa's finest. Another goal to Namibia.
Here they come as they are about to make a circle penetration, playing hockey on the strong side, pressing on. Play on, says the umpire, and what a reverse tomahawk. We spoke about that earlier.
Through. Shot at top D. Save.
I almost thought that was a serve in tennis. They will certainly be important. Namibia causing all sorts of problems, and they get their third. What a good finding, but Namibia on the attack again. How often have we seen this in this first quarter? Circle entry, goalkeeper's off his line, and what? Up front from Trish Mukumba, but Zambia get in the way. This is a golden opportunity for Zimbabwe to open the scoring. So much pressure from the Zambians.
Team resulting in a penalty flick to be taken by Diwas Elijah, and the crowd goes hush. And Diwa sends it into the bottom left-hand corner with a cheer from the Zimbabwean crowd. Command in this game.
Trouble here. It's Ginger Ninja. She's into the circle. She sends the cross in, and that is how Zambia would have wanted to start this third quarter. Brilliant interception from Carol Nakombe, and they get the opener. The jab tackle coming in there, but into the circle it goes. Free player trying to look for top D. gets it back. The shot is taken and it is put away in absolute style by Tatenda Kanyangarara. What a piece of play there.
What an absolute lethal finish from Tatenda Kanyangarara, gathering the ball up there, whacking it into the far right corner. Zimbabwe 2, Zambia 1.
Here, and we haven't spoken about the weather. It's just beautiful weather. Slight breeze across the turf. The sun is out, not a cloud in the sky, but it's gonna get warmer, but it's beautiful weather for hockey.
Brilliant, beautiful weather under the Zimbabwean sun. Nothing beats it. Africa's finest. Another goal to Namibia.
Here they come as they are about to make a circle penetration, playing hockey on the strong side, pressing on. Play on, says the umpire, and what a reverse tomahawk. We spoke about that earlier.
Through. Shot at top D. Save.
I almost thought that was a serve in tennis. They will certainly be important. Namibia causing all sorts of problems and they get their third. What a good finding, but Namibia on the attack again. How often have we seen this in this quarter? Circle entry, goalkeeper's off his line, and what? Up front from Trish Mukumba, but Zambia get in the way. This is a golden opportunity for Zimbabwe to open the scoring. So much pressure from the Zambians.
The team resulting in a penalty flick to be taken by Diaz Elijah, and the crowd goes hush. And Diaz sends it into the bottom left-hand corner with a cheer from the Zimbabwean crowd. Command in this game.
Trouble here. It's Ginger Ninja. She's into the circle. She sends the cross in, and that is how Zambia would have wanted to start this third quarter. Brilliant interception from Carol Nakombe, and they get the opener. The jab tackle coming in there, but into the circle it goes. Free player trying to look for top D. Gets it back, the shot is taken, and it is put away in absolute style by Tatenda Kanyangarara. What a piece of play there.
What an absolute lethal finish from Tatenda Kanyangarara, gathering the ball up there, whacking it into the far right corner. Zimbabwe 2, Zambia 1.
here, and we haven't spoken about the weather. It's just beautiful weather. Slight breeze across the turf. The sun is out, not a cloud in the sky, but it's going to get warmer, but it's beautiful weather for hockey.
Brilliant, beautiful weather under the Zimbabwean sun. Nothing beats it. Africa's finest. Another goal to Namibia.
Here they come as they are about to make a circle penetration, playing hockey on the strong side, pressing on. Play on, says the umpire, and what a reverse tomahawk. We spoke about that earlier.
Through. Shot at top D. Save.
I almost thought that was a serve in tennis. They will certainly be important. Namibia causing all sorts of problems, and they get their third. What a good not finding, but Namibia on the attack again. How often have we seen this in this first quarter? Circle entry, goalkeeper's off his line, and what? Up front from Trish Mukumba, but Zambia get in the way. This is a golden opportunity for Zimbabwe to open the scoring. So much pressure from the Zambians.
The team resulting in a penalty flick to be taken by Diaz Elijah, and the crowd goes hush. And Diaz sends it into the bottom left-hand corner with a cheer from the Zimbabwean crowd. Command in this game.
Trouble here. It's Ginger Ninja. She's into the circle. She sends the cross in, and that is how Zambia would have wanted to start this third quarter. Brilliant interception from Carol Nakombe, and they get the opener. The jab tackle coming in there, but into the circle it goes. Free player trying to look for top D. Gets it back. The shot is taken, and it is put away in absolute style by Tatenda Kanyangarara. What a piece of play there.
What an absolute lethal finish from Tatenda Kanyangarara, gathering the ball up there, whacking it into the far right corner. Zimbabwe 2, Zambia 1.
Out here, and we haven't spoken about the weather. Isn't this just beautiful weather? Slight breeze across the turf. The sun is out, not a cloud in the sky, but it's gonna get warmer, but it's beautiful weather for hockey.
Brilliant, beautiful weather under the Zimbabwean sun. Nothing beats it. Africa's finest. Another goal to Namibia.
Here they come as they are about to make a circle penetration, playing hockey on the strong side, pressing on. Play on, says the umpire, and what a reverse tomahawk. We spoke about that earlier.
Through.
Match day 3, game 2 is upon us. Welcome back, everybody. It is the 2 unbeaten sides in the men's competition of the Central South Africa Hockey Qualifier for Africa Cup of Nations. Zambia men versus Namibia men. Ben, this is going to be a clash and a half.
Yes, very much so. Zambians with the never say die attitude, very hard running. However, the skill and precision and maturity of the Namibians looking to counter attack the Zambians in their very fast style of playing. An interesting end to day 2 for both sides, who rightfully, as you've mentioned, both unbeaten, both looking to finish the pool matches on a high. This one is going to be a blockbuster.
It is indeed. Well, it's time for the national anthems.
And the national anthem of Namibia.
National anthems are done, Ben, and we're almost ready for the action to commence. Umpire Chad Fari from South Africa and Munashe Mashoko from Zimbabwe will be the men in the middle, and teams exchanging pleasantries. But to take you through the Zambian starting lineup: Robson Kunda, Captain Samson Tembo, Simon Banda, Philemon Bwali, a player to watch out for, that's for sure, Alfred Mpande, Joseph Mulolo, Andrew Ngulube, Dominic Mulenga, Richard Banda, George Jere, and Frederick Kaluba. Take us through the Namibian lineup.
Yes, starting in goals, captain David Strauss, Liam Hermanus in number 5 jersey, David Brits, Fagan Hansen, Jean-Paul Brits, Percy Bartram, Dakota Hansen, Peter Jacobs, number 13, Owen Hatton, Jack Fourie, and Bryn Cleek, who's clinical up front with the sublime skill and vision for the Namibians. However, an eagerly awaited contest, a blockbuster of the day. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to kick off.
Well, both teams are really pumped up for this one. As I mentioned just before the national anthems, both these sides yet to lose in this tournament. I can guarantee you one thing, Ben, none of them want to start losing now.
Very much so. We'll see a interesting display of tactics, skill versus speed, high press versus effective dribbling. Hopefully we'll see one team cut on tops, but nothing short of entertaining hockey.
Nothing short of entertaining hockey for sure. The game before this one was a very low scoring affair. It ended 1-1. Lots of chances for both sides. That was the Zambia women and the Namibia women, but it ended in a 1-1 draw. This one though, they want to convert early. Namibia playing from right to left on your screens have got us underway. Zambia in the all green. They're on the back foot and needing to defend straight away.
Yes, Namibia effective passes there as they penetrate the circle. Brent Cleek tapping the ball onto the Zambian foot. Then Munashi Mashoko signaling a short corner early on. Namibia mean business.
Well, how's that to start a game? In the first minute, your first short corner. This is brilliant from Namibia. What a start from them. It's time now to convert, to lead early on.
Yes, we saw the Namibian ladies guilty of wasting well over 10 short corners in the previous match. Can the men do justice here and earn themselves a very crucial early lead? As we see Hermanus and Jacobs lined up on the left and right castle. Crowd goes hush in anticipation for the injection. Umpire Mashoko to signal play. Ball is injected out to Hermanus with the drag flick. And it hits the foot of the Zambian rusher, number 9, Joseph Mulolo, there with a brave line. However, the ball hitting his foot on the way to goal from the flick from Hermanus.
Absolutely. Well, Namibia have been the most clinical at short corners in this tournament. They'll want to continue in that vein.
Hermanus with the second attempt here. Unfortunately flicking just wide. Brilliant pickup in the drag flick. Unfortunately going just wide. A lifeline for Zambia there.
Yeah, a lifeline for Zambia, who haven't had much possession at all. Now this is their first bite at using the ball, and they're doing it from deep. Namibia with a really good start. I mean, dream start for them.
Yes, number 4, captain of Zambia, Samson Tembo, looking to orchestrate an attack from deep here. However, that ball going awry as we see Jacobs interchange the ball out here with Jack Fourie. Fourie onto Brits in midfield. David Brits and Jean-Paul, big and little brother in the heart of the Namibian engine there. Jacob scans with the overhead into the corner here. Ball sent across. Hermanus at the charge here. Cleared away by Captain Tembo onto Finemon Bwali. Bwali holds it up nicely. Intercepted there. Alfred Mpanda with the brilliant reverse stick ball. Intercepted by Percy Bartram there.
Brilliantly recycled here by Namibia. To the left they go. Very good start from Namibia. Zambia guilty of giving away the ball quite cheaply. Are they going to be made to pay for that? Searching for another circle penetration. They're playing under advantage, but that's a 16-yard hit out. So not convincing by no means, but Namibia working their way nicely into this one.
Yes, Namibia just looking to get into their rhythm, moving the ball left to right, orchestrated from Pete Jacobs at the back. Number 13, sporting a nice frolic of a beard there, and looking to really dictate how Namibia will play.
Certainly so. Namibia now needing to stop this Zambian play from getting any further upfield. Lots of movement off the ball from both sides. It's now in the possession of George Jere. George Jere continues to pursue. Nice 3D skills there. That's a good interception from Jean-Paul Brits. And he's got Jacobs behind him to support. Jacobs, a rock of the Namibian defense. He's had a superb tournament, hasn't he?
Yes, very solid, experienced campaigner. Part of their indoor setup. A bit of a barge there by Hermanus onto Andrew Ngulube. Getting away with it a bit there. Fortunate not to be given a card.
Yeah, so fortunate indeed. Now Zambia enjoying a long spell of possession here. Good work there from Richard Banda. He plays it back to Simon Banda. It's a Banda affair out there at the moment. Banda to Banda.
Banda onto Tembo, the captain. Tembo with the jink, looking to create the space. However, the strong press from Kleek, sending Zambians back into their own half. Good press being shown here by the Namibians to force the error from. Here's David Brits on the ball. Through ball there to Bryn Kleek. Kleek with the brilliant reverse ball onto Jean-Paul. Jean-Paul with the crack. And it deflects off the top bar. And another shot onto the left-hand post by David Brits, finding the back of the goals for Namibia.
Off the upright, not a problem. Back to top D, smashed in, brilliant goal. Namibia lead to the cheers off their bench. Great start.
Great start indeed, TC. The bench applauding the efforts of their team with some brilliant, crisp, accurate and quick passing from the Namibians, opening up the channels to the D. A cracking shot from David Brits, giving the Namibians a 1-0 lead here.
Well, that means Zambia have to respond and respond as soon as possible. It was a great start to the game, getting a penalty corner early in the first minute. And it was the relentless pressure that kept coming from the Namibians that secured them this early lead they have.
Yes, very much so. As you see, David Brits on the ball again to his brother Jean-Paul. Jean-Paul looking to recycle. Clever, patient build-up by the Namibians. Jacobs to Fourie, back to Jacobs. Bostrom on the ball here. Back to Jacobs again as they look to shift the Zambians left to right. Trying to open up those pockets of space. Intercepted by Alfred Mpande. Mpande hassled here by Brits.
Well, with the stick in one hand, you're not in a very good position of strength. So that was a great tackle there from Namibia to dispossess Zambia possession. And they're working it from deep, searching for that outlet. This is good from Namibia, but Zambia have poached. And back stick is the call from Chad Fourie, which Namibia take as quickly as they can. It is in the possession of Owen Hatton. He gets dispossessed brilliantly there by Joseph Mulolo. Joseph Mulolo finds Dominic Mulenga. Dominic Mulenga sends it to the left now, searching for their first circle penetration. But guess who's there? It's none other than Jacobs.
Yes, Jacobs reading the wall there, cutting out the threat of the through ball through to Philemon Wali, who is a threat for the Zambians in any part of the field as they look to execute some brilliant skill from Wali there. However, intercepted by David Brits there, standing firm, standing his ground. Fourie out with the ball on the left here. Owen Hatton, apologies. Ball turned over here by the Zambians.
And he's got the skill set as well to turn with two attackers either side of him. He lets go of the ball. Namibia are in the 25 now, sends the cross in, but nobody at the end of that one. Keeper from Zambia lets it go, and that'll be a 16-yard.
Yes, Kleek unable to find his teammate who was lurking in. Number 7, Fagan Hansen, lurking on P-spot there for the deflection. However, not quite accurate in the execution there. As Zambia build up with Banda and Tembo into midfield here to number 13, Richard Banda. Onto Tembo, back to Simon Banda. Simon Banda onto George Jere on the ball here with a strong surge into midfield. Ball sent in. None other than Jacobs reading the play there, standing firm and clearing the ball. Dangerous ball that was from Zambia.
Yeah, reading them like a book, isn't he? Great interception yet again, but Zambia through Philemon Bwali entering the circle, but the foul is just outside the D, so Philemon Bwali will take. Very skillful player. We've sung his praises all tournament. A real game changer.
Yes, Richard Jere on the ball for Zambia there. Zambia looking to come up with a nice set piece play. Ball has to travel 5 before going into the circle. Captain Tembo with the through ball, intercepted onto Philemon Bwali with the shot, reverse stick shot. Look to be on target.
Oh, well, Zambia, first real opportunity there, but not working out. Another great, brave piece of defending from Namibia, who now outlet through Jacobs. Mistrap there, but no harm done. Namibia, as Zambia was sitting pretty deep.
Yes, Zambia reverting to a half-court press here. The overhead from JP Brits onto Bryn Kleek. Should be the other way. However, the umpire is ruling otherwise, to the dismay of Bryn Kleek. Banda onto the ball here. Samson Tembo for Zambia. Scanning. Through ball on. Finds the attacker there. However, not able to control the ball there. Dominic Mulenga guilty of a poor execution there. Philemon Bwali on the ball here. Bwali with this pirouette round onto baseline. Turning Jacobs inside out, and it comes off his foot, resulting in a short corner for Zambia. First short corner for Zambia here. Some brilliant individual skills from Philemon Bwali.
That's the skill set he possesses, isn't it? Makes something out of absolutely nothing. Had no angle to work with. What does he do? He goes and he gets his team a short corner, their first of the match.
Yes, Zambians employing a 2-point castle. At the moment, Jeff Peary on the right-hand side with Philemon Bwali looking to execute what looks like a drag flick to come out here. Shot from Bwali here.
Didn't get it cleanly at all.
Yes, a bit of a scuff shot there. A stern warning to number 13 by umpire Chad Fourie. Hails from South Africa. No nonsense on the park from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Just yelling out number 13's name, giving him that glare, like the one I'm giving you now, Ben.
Hiding behind the shades, are we, TC?
Well, the sun is shining. Namibia are shining in attack right now as they make the circle entry. Keeper to beat. Keeper's there. Good job.
Yes, well saved by Robson Kunda there. Looks like Robson Kunda in goals for Zambians as the ball comes across here. Chance for Namibia. Kleek pipped of the ball in the circle there. Jacobs on the ball here to recycle for Namibia. Namibia 1v1. Jacobs with Bwali.
Oh.
Unfortunately hits his foot.
My word, it was a 2v1 situation there. Unfortunately, the pass comes in slightly behind Bwali. Philemon couldn't keep it away from his foot, but Zambia clearly showing they have what it takes.
Very much so. Namibia can't afford to be complacent here, as we see them trying to turn the screw on Namibia here. And Bryn Kleek is on the ball, trying to find Hermanus. Comes off the foot of the Zambian player there. Kleek on the ball once again. Drives it into the D. Looks like Hermanus with the shot. Reverse six shot saved by Kunda of Zambia there. Brilliant save from Robson Kunda.
Absolutely great striker's instincts there from Hermanus. He just 3D dribbled it for a little bit, managed to set it up for the shot. The shot came in, but the keeper, while behind that one, makes another good save for his country.
Yes, Brits dispossessed here by Zambia. Fourie with the breakdown of play there with somewhat of a foot. Good foot. Yes, David Brits there with a bit of a strong challenge in midfield. Zambia with the hit out, and Samson Tembo here looking to orchestrate something for his side from the halfway as Zambia comes on with the ball here. Circle penetration, jink over the stick. Looks like it came off the stick there. Philemon Bwali taking out the stick of the defender on that occasion.
Yeah, Namibia defending really, really well here, showing their strength and ability in the circle to keep Zambia out. Maybe a lead 1-0, getting an early goal in the first quarter. If you are just joining us, we're coming to you live from St. John's College AstroTurf. It is the Central South African Qualifier for Africa Cup of Nations. Africa Hockey Federation, brought to you by Rising Stars, well sponsored by Steel Center.
Yes, thank you to all these magnificent sponsors who've made this event possible. Brilliant, brilliant, crisp viewing, as you can see from back home. And as we see Hermanus swivel with the ball, they're sending it onto Kleek with the secondary chance here as Zambia look to clear their lines. Brilliant steal from Tembo, the captain. Pickpocketing from Bryn Kleek there on that occasion. And some very calm defending from the captain, Samson Tembo. Tembo on the ball, sends it out wide to the left-hand channel there. Zambia coming through. Attempted 1-2 there, finds the baseline. Strong tackle there by Percy Bartram. Very firm and decisive in his execution of play in that corner for Namibia.
Indeed, very good in defense. Seem to be breaking down this Zambian attack quite well in this first quarter. Here comes Hermanus. Dangerous player with ball.
Yes, a quick change of pace there by Hermanus onto Kleek. Fortunately, falling over. Apologies, they look like number 15. That's Owen Hatton. Failed diving attempt, but Namibia with David Brits here on the ball. Zambia look to clear their lines here from a bit of a barge again in the back by Brits, who's a little bit aggressive in his tackling in midfield there.
Absolutely. Well, that brings us to the end of the first quarter. Namibia getting the all-important opening goal early in this quarter. We'll take a short break. Second quarter coming up shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to the second quarter. Namibia taking an early lead. Zambia, though, have definitely shown that they have what it takes to get onto the scoreboard. And we're underway with the second quarter. Namibia started brilliantly that first quarter, and they're going in the same vein now as they make the circle penetration. But unfortunately, just backstick there, guilty. But another great start. Dylan Finch couldn't trap that to get the second goal that they were in search for. So Zambia now with an opportunity to go forward. Then Zambia, though, showed some great attacking prowess, just couldn't finish it off to get their opener.
Yes, Lady Luck not on their side slightly, but they have created numerous chances. I tell you what, if you blink, give them a sniff, something will stick for the Zambians. As you see, Namibia having started out fast, out the blocks again. Here's Hermanus on the ball for Namibia. Deflection attempt there by Dylan Finch after the overhead over the top by Hermanus. Dylan Finch, yeah, with the intercept. As they reset, JP onto brother David. Hint of backstick there. Hermanus picks up the ball in the far right corner. Looks like a long corner for the Namibians.
Good patient build up from the Namibians. They get a long corner for their efforts. Still going into the circle. Good play of advantage there from Monashe Mashoko.
Yes, Namibia looking for a short corner. However, that chance going a begging due to the advantage played by umpire Mashoks. Dylan Finch causing problems in the Zambian D right there. However, Samson Tembo, the captain, standing his ground and earning inside a free hit out. Some early pressure on by Namibia, with Namibia looking to turn the screw a bit as they take charge of this match. Still leading 1-0.
Yeah, good lead for them. Philemon Bwali now gets the ball. We know what he can do, but he can't get past Peter Jacobs, who's just so solid in defense.
Yes, brilliant pirouette, spinning out of trouble, beating the two advances of the Zambians. Hermanus with the flick, attempted flick, however not quite executing well. Jeff Piri on the ball here, onto number 12. Dominic Mulenga through to Philemon Bwali. Bwali on the ball.
Sure why that was a hit against Philemon Bwali, but he's done exceptionally well to get back in defense and win it back for his side.
Yes, exemplary work there for the kids back home. You lose the ball, you need to track back and get that ball back for your team and avert chances of an overload. Hermanus here with the intercept.
That's fine. Well done.
Click on the ball here for Namibia, sending it out wide. However, Namibia unable to gather that ball.
Zambia back on the attack, but guess who? Guess who holds that play? It's Peter Jacobs.
Yes, Peter really reading play while the Zambians guilty of being one-dimensional, making it easy for the Namibian defense at the moment. Circle penetration here for the Namibians.
Long
Shot
corner.
from Hermanus, pulling the save from Kunda there, and a long corner for Namibia as they're hot in the charge. Another save from Kunda. Kunda having a blind over match, that's what you see.
Yes, he's done well to keep Namibia just to the single goal they've scored. He's been asked to be very, very awake there. Zambia have taken it quickly. Alfred Mpande. Zambia still have it. Namibia have enjoyed better territory in this second quarter, but Zambia looking to make amends now into the circle, trying to line himself up for a shot. Back in the circle it goes, and penalty corner. That's a great result for Zambia. Can they convert? That's the next step in them drawing level.
Yes, brilliant stick work there from Stuart Chalwe, catching the brick wall. That is Jacobs, unaware, slipping the ball onto his foot, earning Zambia a crucial short corner. The drag flicker, Alfred Mpande, is on the field at the moment. Can he capitalize for his country?
Bit of time to get ready, but good to go now. Not a very good feed there at the short corner, and Namibia back on the attack.
Yes, that pass goes awry there from Josh van der Merwe. But brilliant defense from Namibia, thwarting somewhat poor circle injection at the short corner there by the Zambians. A wasted chance at that.
Yeah, wasted chance. They've had their chances. We mentioned it just after the break at the end of the first quarter. Zambia, they've shown, but at times just showing signs of doing well in attack is not enough, Ben. You've got to convert.
Yes, you just have to make the most of your chances. The injector, they're guilty of that poor execution there, as we see Philemon Wale come off for a well-deserved rest as he's played through from the beginning of the match. Coach looking to rotate, maybe give him a bit of a rest so that he can come on and be a game changer for his country, Zambia.
Good strength on the ball there from Zambia, but just passes it as far as the Namibian defenders, and the entire Namibian team is in the Zambian half apart from the goalkeeper. They're really high up.
Yes, a very high press being employed, and it's courtesy of the back line that is pushing their midfield line up, try and jam Zambia in their own half. Both teams are executing that particular tactic very well when possession is in the opposition's half.
Back and forth from David Brits and Peter Jacobs. Eventually they go forward. This is good from Namibia. This is very good. Lovely little pass over the stick there. But unfortunate foot there. But that's the composure in the circle is really good from Namibia.
Yes, not panicking there from Brent Kleek. However, the goalkeeper Kunda up for the challenge there on that occasion. And again, Jacobs intercepts onto Josh van der Merwe. Van der Merwe pipped off the ball there by Zambia. And none other than Jacobs, who switches the ball out here to Dakota Hansen.
Slowing it down brilliantly there is Dakota Hansen, just getting everyone to settle, get into positions as they relaunch, and they've given it away cheaply now.
Yes, a clash of sticks there from the Zambians. Brits standing strong in midfield there with the overhead attempt to Brent Kleek. Hermanus is still in the breakdown of play there. Looks like number 15, George Jere, guilty of a very strong challenge for Zambia on that occasion on JP Brits.
Yep. Just gonna have to sit out Richard Banda for that lazy tackle, throwing a stick.
Yes, just trying to break down play, however, executing poorly on that occasion. The idea was right. Zambia being patient in their build-up here as they're trying to starve the Namibians of possession. Both teams equal to the challenge in terms of the build-up at the moment. A very high press we're seeing from Namibia. Ball sent into Zambia as it crosses. Alfred Mpande there. Alfred Mpande with a continued attempt. Some good hassling and attempt from Alfred Mpande for Zambia on that occasion. Good effort being shown across the whole park by both teams, TC.
Yeah, great effort. They know what's at stake here. We mentioned both these sides yet to lose a match in this tournament. Namibia getting off to a great start in the first quarter, getting a goal, and they continue asking questions here. It's a free hit to Namibia.
Jacobs on the ball for Namibia as he scans, shifts the ball out wide onto number 11, Percy Bartram. Bartram through to Josh van der Merwe. Back to Bartram, who's intercepted. Hermanus on the ball here for Namibia. A stern talking to by umpire Mashawks onto Liam Hermanus, was guilty of questioning the umpire's call there, to the dismay of umpire Mashoko, but Mashoko stamping his authority as rightfully so.
Absolutely, that needs to be done. Stay within the spirit of the game, not let these ill-disciplined tendencies slip into the game. This is good from Zambia. My goodness, you just can't get through him, Peter Jacobs.
Yes,
It's everywhere.
a tactic, if you can't go through him, you can go around him. Maybe that's what the Zambians need to try and execute.
He's quite a unit himself. I think going around will be difficult as well.
Yes,
Could easily turn out for the national rugby side with his size.
yes, looks like a bulky open side flanker. Trusty for the Namibian national rugby team, as you rightfully noted. Some sore bodies on the end of some vicious tackles that can be executed by Mr. Pete Jacobs.
Lovely attack here from Richard Banda. The shot comes in, but the towering figure of David Strauss keeps him out. But it's a penalty corner. Zambia, yet another opportunity to draw level.
Yes, a strong surge into the circle by Richard Banda there with a brilliant tomahawk. However, Strauss standing tall, covering his angles well, clearing that, but onto the foot of his defender. Zambia with another short corner opportunity. Can they inject well for Alfred Mpande, who has scored over 5 drag flicks in the set piece option, TC?
Yep, absolutely. Now is the time for them just to get back level. Much better inject this time, but the castle doesn't do a great job in making sure it's easier for the player to get the ball. But they haven't cleared it far enough, and it's saved again by David Strauss. But again, Zambia just can't put it away. And David Strauss is absolutely furious at his defenders here. My goodness. Took the helmet off and absolutely gave them his peace of mind.
Yes, Strauss not happy with the defender trying to run the ball out the D instead of clearing it one time. Clearly a towering figure. You don't want to get onto his wrong side.
I was shivering in my boots sitting in commentary.
Strauss, the most capped indoor hockey player on the continent, and rightfully so. You see his exemplary leadership qualities that he's trying to exert on his team. No nonsense of a player, equally can make that Namibian rugby team.
Absolutely, I've recovered from shivering, and I can tell you that he is a quality player. He is an absolutely quality player, and it's going to be a penalty corner. Namibia, great outcome there. They can go 2-0 up now.
Yes, looks like an aggressive tackle by the Zambians there, earning himself a yellow card. Looks like Richard Banda for trying to get the number there of that player who just received. Yes, Richard Banda again, now earning himself a yellow card. That's 5 minutes, so he'll be out for the remainder of this second quarter and the start of the third, as well as Two Castles, Jacobs and Cleek. Here, out to Jacobs with the drag flick. Deflection. Danger. Brave running from number 15, George Jerry, blocking out that drag flick from Pete Jacobs. Jacobs with another flick, a top save, casual at that beat from Robson Kunda, just paddling the ball out the way of the goals there.
Yeah, he's like, I got this. He just palms it away. Great save though, fantastic. Had a bit of work to do there, did it well, and Zambia on the attack now, lays it off brilliantly to his counterpart, Amos Silavwe. Into the circle they go. It's fallen brilliantly for Stuart Jalwe, but he just couldn't get the connection he was after.
Yes, Chalwe losing his footing at the last minute, his feet giving away under him, and failing to have a right footing to execute that tomahawk, which surely would have hit the back of the goals.
Absolutely, getting his feet in a bit of a knot there, losing his footing, and Namibia have turned this defense straight into attack now. Still on the ball, and it's entered the circle, but great defense from Zambia as they try to outlet. Oh, lovely skill to beat the defender, and Zambia really need to score here in this second quarter, which is coming to an end. Oh, that's a great skill again. This is just good hockey we're seeing here.
Yes, Matu Kavikairua, a bit of a tongue twister of a word there, with some brilliant 3D skills down the right hand touchline for the Namibians, opening up the space. However, that bit of attack breaking down, and a hit out to Zambia here with Samson Tembo, the captain, onto Simon Banda, looking to restart for the Namibians as they are hoping to conjure up something in the last seconds of this second quarter and first half. Simon Banda on the ball. And that's the signal of half time. End of two chukkers. Both teams going at it firmly. However, Namibia with the slight advantage of 1-0 over Zambia. All to play for in the second half.
Absolutely. It's half time in Harare. We'll be back with the second half in a bit. Is out here, and we haven't spoken about the weather. Isn't this just beautiful weather? Slight breeze across the turf. The sun is out, not a cloud in the sky, but it's gonna get warmer, but it's beautiful weather for hockey.
Brilliant, beautiful weather under the Zimbabwean sun. Nothing beats it. Africa's finest. Another goal to Namibia.
Here they come as they are about to make a circle penetration, playing hockey on the strong side, pressing on. Play on, says the umpire, and what a reverse tomahawk. We spoke about that earlier.
Through. Shot at top D. Save.
I almost thought that was a serve in tennis. They will certainly be important. Namibia causing all sorts of problems, and they get their third. What a good finding, but Namibia on the attack again. How often have we seen this in this first quarter? Circle entry, goalkeeper's off his line, and what? Up front from Trish Mukumba, but Zambia get in the way. This is a golden opportunity for Zimbabwe to open the scoring. So much pressure from the Zambians.
The team resulting in a penalty flick to be taken by Diwaz Elijah, and the crowd goes hush. And Diwa sends it into the bottom left-hand corner with a cheer from the Zimbabwean crowd. Command in this game.
Trouble here. It's Ginger Ninja. She's into the circle. She sends the cross in, and that is how Zambia would have wanted to start this third quarter. Brilliant interception from Carol Nakombe, and they get the opener. The jab tackle coming in there, but into the circle it goes. Free player trying to look for top D. Gets it back, the shot is taken, and it is put away in absolute style by Tatenda Kanyangarara. What a piece of play there.
What an absolute lethal finish from Tatenda Kanyangarara, gathering the ball up there, whacking it into the far right corner. Zimbabwe 2, Zambia 1.
Well, Ben, the break is almost done and we're almost ready to get the third quarter underway. Namibia leading 1-0. Quite interesting to hear the coach urging his players, the Namibian coach saying, gentlemen, it's 0-0. They're not looking at that 1-0 lead that they have. They're starting from a clean slate and they want to go hard here.
Yes, absolutely needing his players to not be complacent with thinking that a 1-0 lead against this very spirited Zambian side is good enough. And clearly it ain't, because of the numerous chances that we've seen Zambia have and create. I tell you what, these last 30 minutes, Namibia really needs to defend well, marshaled by Jacobs, and looks like a substitution in goals from Royan coming on for Captain Strauss, who's done for the day, enjoying oranges on the side as the Zambians, led out by number 7, Philemon Wali, somewhat quiet, half but shone in a few moments there. The Zambians all to play for. Pretty much even Stevens. 1-0 isn't much, and they can pull up a surprise here, draw themselves level and possibly win it, because I believe they are that good of a side.
Yeah, they are indeed, and the Namibians are wary of that fact. They know that if they slip and not concentrate and allow Zambia to continue getting these opportunities, they will eventually pounce on one of them. But we're set to go now through Philemon Mbali. Zambia now playing from right to left on your screens, and what a 30 minutes we're going to have here.
Yes, not one to miss. If you're still on your way to St. John's College, you have time as Wali gets on the ball. Through ball here by Wali into the D, stopped by, looks like number 11 for Zambia, as Matu on the ball here. Sending the ball into the D, they're intercepted by Simon Banda. Brilliant stick work there. Andrew Ngulube stepping on the ball there in that attempted intercept from JP Brits. Sent across left-hand channel onto Jacobs. Jacobs looking to change the angles here, shifting it out to number 11. Percy Bartram. Bartram on with the skip ball. Beautiful skip ball from Hermanus with the dummy, putting in Matu in a commanding position. And Bryn Cleek sitting unmarked on the piece spot with a casual tap-in, but brilliant heads-up play from Liam Hermanus in that build-up there.
Oh, such a lovely piece of play there from Namibia. In the end, it was just a tap-in goal for Bryn Cleek. It was the build-up to that goal that made that goal so special. And Namibia lead 2-0 now. Zambia under the pump.
Yes, Zambia just caught napping there, but some brilliant off-the-ball running. Fakes to stop it and left it run through for Mati, the number 14 for Namibia. Namibia 2, Zambia 0. As Zambia look to press on through number 9, Joseph Mulolo, as they attempt to bring themselves into the match here. 2 goals to the good are Namibia. Zambia certainly down but not out, as Simon Samson Tembo onto Kalolo. Kalolo with the Mulolo with the through ball there. Turnover to Namibia. David Brits in midfield with the through ball. One touch onto Hermanus. Hermanus is on goal here. A deliberate foul. An attempt to block the shot away by Joseph Mulolo, as Hermanus was clear on goal there. Umpire Fourie awarding a penalty stroke. Zambian defense in 6s and 7s, but brilliant one-touch play from Bryn Cleek into Hermanus. Hermanus to attempt a 3-goal lead for Namibia. Hermanus with a slight shift and calm flick into the Zambian net. 3 goals to the good.
Yeah, not looking good now for Zambia. Namibia enjoying such a good run of momentum here, and they've capitalized all right. 2 goals in this third quarter. Zambia find themselves trailing by 3. They need something here. They need someone to step up and get back onto the scoreboard here.
Yes, 2 crucial lapses of concentration there for Zambia. However, Namibians starting fast and really capitalizing on the passive defense of the Zambians. Namibia starting strong in the second half, pulling away, it seems, at the moment. David Brits on the ball here. Onto Fourie. Fourie back to Jacobs. Jacobs out. To Bartram. Bartram back to Jacobs. Back to Fourie. Fourie looks for the through ball there to Hermanis. However, touched by the Zambians. It is a long corner for Namibia.
Well, they're enjoying this, aren't they? Loving it. Into the circle it goes. Well trapped, and that's good defense from Zambia to keep Namibia away from scoring their 4th. Good attention there from Bryn Cleek, scorer of their 2nd goal on Andrew Ngulube.
George Jera there with the restart.
Yep, trying to search for options for the back 3, working well in tandem there. Samson Tembo, the captain, he finds Dominic Mulenga. Mulenga sends it back to Simon Banda. Simon Banda in turn passes it but receives it back now. Looking to come to the left to this captain, Samson Tembo. Good skill from Samson Tembo to get rid of one. Sends it in to the circle. That's off a ambient stick, but umpire Mashoko again taking no nonsense from these players.
Yes, slight after the ball play there by the Zambians. A little bit of a barge into Percy Bartram. Zambians, Samson Tembo there, unable to gather the ball under pressure. Somewhat from Hermanis. Cleek to Hermanis, back to Cleek, back to Hermanis. Foot by Zambia there. Brilliant one-touch play down the line by Namibia.
Yeah, Hermanis and Cleek linking quite nicely. Here's Cleek again. Penalty corner. Excellent hockey here from Namibia, courtesy of Bryn Cleek.
Yes, that ball didn't look like it moved 5 yards there. Questioned by Tembo. Definitely did not move 5, as it was literally maybe 2 yards out of the circle. Fortunately, Fourie looking the other way, and another short corner here for Namibia, who can take a 4-0 lead in this 3rd chukka for their country. Dave Brits with the injection here. Will it go left or right? It goes out to the right. Slip ball behind the back, saved by Kunda, the goalkeeper. JP Brits on the ball here. Cleek with the shot. Deflects the shot by Hermanis. And another P flicked, as it looked like it was heading into goals, but coming off the body of the Zambian player on the line.
Well, they are protesting this profusely, are the Zambian players, but it's not going to change Chad Fourie's mind. It's going to be another penalty flick. And Namibia have asked Hermanis to step up. So
yes, Alfred Mpande receiving a yellow card, 5 minutes for back chatting to umpire Chad Fourie. No nonsense, whipping out the yellow card. Hermanis with the flick. And another goal, 4-0 for Namibia.
well, the first penalty flick, he went to the left. This time goes to the right. Too good on both occasions for the goalkeeper, who I must say has had a blinder. He's made some amazing saves. Actually, just before that flick was awarded, he had made a really good save.
Yes, goalkeeper Kunda there in goals for Zambia, standing tall. However, the persistent pressure from the Namibians in this 3rd chukka, drawing the game away, really pulling away now are the Namibians. JP Brits here with the ball for Namibia, sending it across to Fourie. Fourie onto Jacobs. Jacobs scans onto Brits, who fakes brilliantly, putting through Fourie, back to Brits again. Stick shield there as David Brits covered up the ball from Philemon Wandi's attempted intercept. Zambia with the wind knocked out of their sails a bit there from those quick fire goals. Can they regather themselves? Matu with a brilliant pirouette down the line for Bartram. Unfortunately, Philemon trying to do too much on that occasion, but the Brits brothers right there to pick his pocket. As we see Hermanus on the ball here. Brilliant hold up from place. Change of direction by Hermanus and injection of pace.
Cover D.
Zambia quite evidently very deflated by those 3 goals that Namibia have managed to score in the first 8 minutes of this quarter.
Yes, very much so. Zambia in with the shot here. Attempted shot, however, intercepted at the right time. Brent Cleek on the ball. Jinx past one, Jinx past another. Timely intercept from Samson Tembo, the captain of Zambia.
Medic!
Jeff Peary looking to come on for Zambia. Jacobs on the ball here for Namibia.
He hasn't had much to do in this third quarter.
Yes, very much so. Namibia playing hockey in the right end of the field at the moment. Less pressure on the defense, but that's attested to the good quality finishing that we've seen and execution from the Namibians in this third chaka as they look to build up. JP Brits with the through ball to Matu. Matu with the skip ball onto Handura. Darren Handura.
Zambia really need something to go their way here. They've been guilty of not converting the chances they've had. He went into the halftime break 1-0, would you believe it? And Namibia came out firing, and it is now 4-0 in favor of Namibia. 2 penalty flicks, and the third one scored by Brent Cleek.
Yes, an almost intercept there from Dalrun Handura in the midfield as JP looks to change the direction onto brother David. David onto number 15, Owen Hatton, who's on the field. Hasn't spent much time on the field, but Namibia utilizing this chance to use the bulk of their squad as they are in a comfortable 4-0 lead at the moment. As we see Alfred Mpande, 5 minutes expire out in the sin bin as Jean-Paul Brits to brother David there. Brilliant no-look touch from Liam Honduras there. Honduras showing off a bit on that occasion.
Yeah, nice to see, hey? Just trying to show the class that they have. I mean, when you've got a 4-goal cushion, you can try and take these fancy skills out the top drawer, can't you?
Yes, apologies for the mispronunciation of number 5's name there. It's actually Hermanus, not Honduras, as rightly pointed out by his teammates on the bench. Apologies. Percy looking to go to Pete in the back. Pete Jacobs on the ball. Overhead from to find. Brilliant vision from Pete to Giovanni Andura. Intercepted there. Brilliant shimmy in and out. Tackled by David Brits. Through ball to Honduras. Minus there with the reverse back flick. Almost coming off. Jean-Paul Brits there on the ball. Onto David. Short corner. Brilliant stick work there. Brilliant effort from the brothers. The Brits brothers there working well. David earning the short corner for his team. Sliding the ball onto the foot of the Zambian defender Jeff Piri. And short corner again for Namibia, who look to take a 5-0 lead on this opportunity. Can they execute well?
Well, they'll be looking for that fifth, that's for sure, Ben. And Zambia haven't come out and played the kind of hockey they wanted. Their coach is also very silent on the sideline now. You get the feeling that they're already defeated before full-time whistle. Mentally, body language not looking so good on the park as well.
Yes, demolition job. Brilliant save from Kunda, the goalkeeper, as Jean-Paul Brits slipped the ball out to his brother there in an attempted deflection. However, keeper up to it. Jacobs back to Bartram. Bartram to Andura. Giovanni through to number 12. Dakota Hansen turning the defender inside out. Dalton Andura on that occasion. Quite unlucky there. Dominic Mulenga on the ball. Onto Captain Samson Tembo. Out onto number 5. Simon Banda. Jeff Piri on the ball there. With the overhead. Somewhat of a lob, you'd say. To nobody. Pressure from the Zambians in the Namibian half as they look to execute. Recovery here. Intercepted by Jacobs. Jacobs through to Cleek. Cleek, however, slow on the ball there. Intercepted by Jeff Piri. Piri regathers. Pirouette from Piri there. Ball sent across. Looks like a foot just outside the circle for Jeff Piri to retake. Moves the ball 5 yards there. He wants to send it in now. 3D skills from Jeff Piri in the far corner there.
This is much better from Zambia. This is what they want to do more of. They're playing in the right kind of field. Sends it in. It'll be a long corner. Oh, it's a 16.
Yeah, Zambia appealing. The ball looked to have come off the Namibian player there. But umpire Mashoko blowing the other way. As Namibia look to restart through Jacobs. As Hansen is subbed on for Bryn Cleek there. Thank you to number 14, Kavi. Zambia on the charge here. Zambia twisting and turning, trying to create a gap. However, being forced backwards by Namibia, who've turned it over now. Yes, number 12 there, Dominic Mulenga, guilty of trying to do it all on his own. Brilliant overhead from Brits in midfield. Mulenga on the ball there. Mulenga through. Ball out to Joseph Mlolo. Mlolo through pass here to Philemon Wali. Wali somewhat marked out the game at the moment, as he's had a very quiet campaign. Nicked again by Pete Jacobs, standing tall. So as Namibia look to bring it out. Overhead attempt to Hermanus. Great idea there from Hansen. However, the ball slightly going too far But some
Tight.
quite inventive play by Namibia as we draw a close to the third chaka. As Namibia now lead by 4 goals to 0. A commanding lead at the end of the third chaka. Fourth chaka of the second day of the match between Namibia and Zambia men. Namibia pulling away somewhat in that third chaka with quick 3 goals, 2 of them courtesy of penalty strokes from Liam Hermanus there. Cool, calmed and composed. The first one sending to the left, the other to the right. Namibia 4 goals to the good. Zambia with all to play for. However, looking somewhat deflated right now, TC.
They are evidently looking deflated. Even their team huddle. It's a long way to come back into this one. 5 goals in 15 minutes. Doable, but with the way Namibia has been playing, it's very hard to see Zambia coming back to win this one.
Yeah, true that. And very much so, maybe just throwing in the towel early. Just trying to go through the paces as they might conserve some energy for the anticipated final tomorrow. Rankings really important, so another hit out and another chance for Zambia to get one up over Namibia in tomorrow's match.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll go back and they'll regroup. They won't want to make the same mistakes they're making in this one. And Namibia, you'll find that they'll slow the game right down. In this quarter, they know they've got that 4-0 advantage, and just to save the legs as well, not go too hard at it now, just to manage this final quarter.
Yes, a clever skip pass there from Brits in midfield, opening up the space as he was under pressure, being hounded by 2 Zambians on that occasion. Some clever heads-up play in midfield. Midfielders required to have the game on a string, per se, really orchestrating things, but also brilliant imaginative thinking with their play. Creativity is the name of the game of an all-round midfielder.
Well said there.
Eyeball.
Yes, Namibia guilty of brilliant flick and a miss there from Alfred Mpande. Bundled over by the goalkeeper.
They can't get that opener.
Alfred Mpande holding onto the ball there, to the disgust of that call going against him, but it's against the rules, not one for the cameras, I might say. really showcasing some dissent on the field, and umpire Mashok gives him an earful, and rightfully so.
Yeah, the loss really getting to the lost nerves of these Zambians. They just feel everything is not going their way. But I think they partly have themselves to blame for that.
Yes, very much so. Alfred Mpande there, allowing his emotions to get the better of him. Maybe he didn't quite have time to reflect in the 5 minutes that he spent on the sideline. But brilliant save there from Van Rooyen from the shot from Bwali. Another shot in there, and yeah, it did come off a foot in there, but nice shot away by Philemon Bwali. But Van Rooyen up to the task with the first attempt on goal virtually by the Zambians in the second half.
Yep, absolutely. And Van Rooyen equal to the challenge. Makes a brilliant save, clears the danger for Namibia, who are now on the attack. It's a rare loose pass we found that's been intercepted by Joseph Mulolo. Back it goes to Mulolo.
Banda into midfield here to Solomon Mulenga. Onto Samson Tembo. Distributes out onto the left here. Failing to trap the ball. That ball going slightly wide from Hansen there. Looking for Handura Dalrun on that occasion. However, the ball going slightly wide. Good interceptive play there by Namibia, however, not able to meet up on that occasion. Some brilliant cover defense by Namibia number 12 on that occasion. Brits with some brilliant stick work to create the space.
Beautiful to watch, isn't it?
Yes, he's very calm and composed on the ball. Feels like he's got it on the end of a stick. And shot here from Hermanis. Saved by the goalkeeper. Deliberately sent over. Oh, obstruction singled by Chad Fourie. Another short corner here after the shot from Hermanis in the corner. Kunda with the save. However, obstruction signaled by the umpire. Another short corner here for Namibia.
Yeah, miscommunication between the two defenders. Both of them were going to go for the ball, non-communicated mind. As a result, obstruction that Namibia looked to make it 5.
Two castles being employed here. Looks like Hermanis and Jacobs, left and right castles there. Brits to inject. Goes out to Jacobs with the flick. And the ball goes slightly wide, cleared off the line by Zambia number 9 on that occasion.
Well, Fagan Hansen scores goal number 5. Lovely deflection. Too good for the keeper. Puts it in the back of the net. And he is very, very happy to score his team's 5th goal. And that should be the nail in the coffin.
Yes, we do expect that to be the nail in the coffin. Zambia look dead at the moment. Namibia really grabbing this game by the scruff of the neck. 5 goals to the good, courtesy of Hansen, with a brilliant deflection into the goals. Zambia 5, rather Namibia 5, Zambia 0.
He might have got all the Zambian fans quite interested there.
Yes, giving them something to cheer on about, as the crowd has gone rather quiet with the Zambian ladies. Just going through the paces of this final game as number 9 here. Joseph Mulolo with some good stick skills, earning his side a free hit. Yes, Fagan Hansen receiving some pats on the back from his teammates here for that superbly taken goal. However, earning himself some refreshment on the side. A brilliantly executed goal there. Do Zambia have an answer Short corner signaled here by umpire Mashoko for that quite aggressive tackle in the circle. Brits appeals, however, quickly faded away by umpire Mashok's, and Zambia looking to salvage some pride by getting themselves on the scoreboard in this match.
Yeah, they'd dearly love to, for the pride of their country. It will be good just to, you know, give us a nice ending to this game. Maybe 1, 2, 3, you know, 4, 5.
Maybe 7.
Maybe. What a comeback that would be.
Poorly executed again at the top of the circle. Ball sent in.
Well done, well done. Quickly.
A brilliant ball intercepted, timely intercepted here. Brilliant pickup from Jacobs at the heart of the defense for Namibia on that occasion.
That's very good. Your positioning was just spot on. You probably got it that far in front of the goal.
Samson Tembo onto Joseph Mulolo. Mulolo through the legs of Lecoq there.
Zambia looking to finish this game well. Like you mentioned earlier, Ben, they'll meet again tomorrow most likely.
Yes, as you've seen, the Namibian coach pulling off his stalwart and firecracker of an attacker in Hermanus, who seems to have taken off his boots already. Calling it a day. Well-deserved hit out and very well constructed goals for his country. Well-deserved break.
Absolutely, what a player. Hermanus is impressed the entire tournament. And as the tournament reaches the business end, those tight games, those finals tomorrow, rankings at stake, obviously qualification for Africa Cup of Nations 2025.
Yes, although it is a dead rubber, as either one of Zambia or Namibia have already qualified in the men's pool, but however, you'd always want to finish out top in the end. So even though Zambia will finish second in the pools, they can still finish top in the final, scheduled for 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, and unfortunately the home side, Zimbabwe men's, failing to qualify, but obviously they'll be keen to put out a good performance later on this afternoon against Eswatini to get the confidence going again.
Yes, Zimbabwean supporters and coaching staff bitterly disappointed as to not being able to advance, purely pointing to not being adequately prepared for the tournament with just 15 hours of training prior. That's criminal, especially being a home side. Should have given themselves much more time to prepare, but I guess in everything it's a learning curve.
Oh, Wally waited for that. As soon as he saw it cross the chalk at the top D there, he absolutely threw everything at it, but there was a stick in the way. So it's a long corner, which Zambia take quickly. You can see they're playing for a goal here. And that's a brilliant turn, but it's equally, whoa. That was very, very fierce there. Philemon Wally, like he was going into contact on a rugby match.
Yes, Wally with the attempted clean out, as we'd call it. No ruck situations in hockey. As you see, Lecoq spinning and earning the foot off Simon Bander there. A brilliant 360 swivel from the very lanky Lecoq and earning his side. A short corner. Zambians guilty of ill discipline in that passage of play there, failing to get through and converting on the pressure that they were building. Another short corner here for Namibia. Can make the most of this opportunity as we see the cock on the left-hand castle, trapped by Kleek, and Brits, JP Brits, trapping for Jacobs on the right. Totally missed by Kleek on that occasion. A brilliant tomahawk strike by Lecoq there. Keeper beaten, no chance on that occasion. Umpire was ready to signal the goal. Hands in his head, not sure whether to blow it as a goal, but a bliming crack by Lecoq there.
Looked like he was about to put hands on his head in absolute disbelief of what would have been a ripper of a goal. What contact from Dean Lecoq, but unfortunately the crossbar denying him. The goalkeeper had no idea on that one.
Very much so, as Zambia look to salvage some pride with the goal for themselves here as they look to finish strong in this encounter. Namibia up 5 goals to the good, but Zambia all to play for, pride at stake. Do it for your country, lads. Do it for your country.
Josie drop. Dean bly.
As we witness the Eswatini ladies go through their paces as they are warming up on the right hand corner of the field here, as they will be taking on the Zimbabwe ladies, looking to end the pool stage with a high scoring match as they jostle for a place in the final. As Zambia did go down, Zimbabwe with all to play for, and we see Zambia continue to go through, but some courageous defending by Matu there for Namibia.
Tackle. Jali scallop.
Play caught down in the corner there, retrieved by JP Brits in the corner. 3 out to Namibia on that occasion. Some brilliant stick work in the corner by Brits to recover the ball for his team. Shift out to Jacobs.
Just about 3 minutes remaining in this one, Ben. Can Namibia add another one, or do you think Zambia can hit one back?
Opportunity goes a begging on that occasion. Brits on the ball, playing it through here. Brilliant one-time ball early. Tembo on the charge here for Zambia. Errant card there by the captain, unfortunately picked up by Dakota Hansen, but captain leaving it all out there. Exemplary work from the captain, playing to the last minute. Something the Zambians can take a leaf of, TC.
Yeah, something they certainly can, but I think they've accepted defeat in this one, but they will come out a better outfit tomorrow, that's for sure, when they face the same opposition. Namibia are going to be tough to beat though, because they've consistently played well throughout this tournament.
Yes, confident play by Namibia. They will have their tails up. Zambia with all to do, but a final setting, the nerves can get to them. We will see who will come out tops in tomorrow afternoon's encounter. Kleek intercepted there. Wally turning Jacobs inside out, hounded by 2 players. Brilliant 3D skills there. Philemon Wally sending the ball through for Zambia. Stopped somewhat casually by Bryn Kleek, who's pipped again. short corner there as Jacobs forces the ball over the line, giving a much needed opportunity for Zambia. Can they pull one goal back for their side? Pride at stake here, TC.
Yeah, pride at stake. It will be a consolation goal for the Zambians, just to finish the game on a high, just to put some belief again in their side that they can score, they have what it takes to compete.
EU.
Let's go, Jake.
Injection for Zambia stopped.
Boy!
Great interception there from JP Brits, who sends his team out in the counter attack onto Dylan Finch. Regathers the ball there onto Cleek. Inside out, turning the defender inside out, however, shielding the ball from the defense. A lifeline there for Zambia. 30 seconds to go in this match here. Can Zambia find one goal for their country and the viewers back home? Zambia have put in all their effort here and somewhat of a spirited encounter, but the Namibians proving too good.
Well, that was the buzzer, Ben. Namibia winning that one 5-0. Their unbeaten streak in this tournament continues. Exceptional performance from them to outclass a very, very competitive Zambian side, whom I felt just didn't click this game. But your final thoughts on this one?
Yes, Namibia proving too strong in the end. The Zambians somewhat giving up, throwing in the towel pretty early. But all to play for, as they will definitely meet in a rematch in tomorrow's final. Zambia all to do. Rankings, classification, all important to tomorrow's match. But this one finishes 5 to Namibia. Zambia 0.
out here, and we haven't spoken about the weather. Isn't it just beautiful weather? Slight breeze across the turf. The sun is out, not a cloud in the sky, but it's going to get warmer, but it's beautiful weather for hockey.
Brilliant, beautiful weather under the Zimbabwean sun. Nothing beats it. Africa's finest. Another goal to Namibia.
Here they come as they are about to make a circle penetration, playing hockey on the strong side, pressing on. Play on, says the umpire, and what a reverse tomahawk. We spoke about that earlier.
Through. Shot at top D. Save.
I almost thought that was a serve in tennis. They will certainly be important. Namibia causing all sorts of problems, and they get their third. What a good not finding, but Namibia on the attack again. How often have we seen this in this first quarter? Circle entry, goalkeeper's off his line, and what? Up front from Trish Mukumba, but Zambia get in the way. This is a golden opportunity for Zimbabwe to open the scoring. So much pressure from the Zambians.
The team resulting in a penalty flick to be taken by Diaz Elijah, and the crowd goes hush. And Diaz sends it into the bottom left-hand corner with a cheer from the Zimbabwean crowd. Command in this game.
Trouble here. It's Ginger Ninja. She's into the circle. She sends the cross in, and that is how Zambia would have wanted to start this third quarter. Brilliant interception from Carol Nakombe, and they get the opener. The jab tackle coming in there, but into the circle it goes. Free player trying to look for top D. Gets it back, the shot is taken, and it is put away in absolute style by Tatenda Kanyangarara. What a piece of play there.
What an absolute lethal finish from Tatenda Kanyangarara, gathering the ball up there, whacking it into the far right corner. Zimbabwe 2, Zambia 1.
here, and we haven't spoken about the weather. Isn't it just beautiful weather? Slight breeze across the turf. The sun is out, not a cloud in the sky, but it's gonna get warmer, but it's beautiful weather for hockey.
Brilliant, beautiful weather under the Zimbabwean sun. Nothing beats it. Africa's finest. Another goal to Namibia.
Here they come as they are about to make a circle penetration, playing hockey on the strong side, pressing on. Play on, says the umpire, and what a reverse tomahawk. We spoke about that earlier.
Through.
Paris Olympics was obviously very enjoyable, very different to Tokyo, as we weren't under the COVID restrictions. Obviously, to get to meet new people, reunite with people we've had in the past, and the standard of hockey and the hospitality was amazing. So it was good to represent not only Zimbabwe but Africa hockey as a whole on the international panel. Obviously, as the Hockey Association of Zimbabwe, we're focusing on development and our junior age groups, with the picture of going forward the 4-5-year program, going into our senior. So you'll notice with the ladies setup, there are 13 debutantes today out of 18 players. So that's the future, and it will also form part of the Junior World Cup setup as well. Just going forward to those that are involved in hockey, there's more than just players. There's obviously your volunteers who make it all happen as well, which it incorporates your umpires, your tech. There is a future out there, and whatever you find works for you, there's always the backing to make you go forward. Okay, so this brief tournament is the Central South African Qualifiers. It's a qualifier for the Africa Cup of Nations, which will take place next year, which is the equivalent of the FIH World Cup qualifiers. So for this tournament, 3 ladies teams will qualify for the Africa Cup of Nations, and 2 men's teams will qualify. And it's also nice to see Eswatini playing, getting on world ranking points, and for a lot of the teams, it's not just about qualifying, it's getting the world ranking points, which also affect their junior age groups.
Feels really good. I mean, it gives us a lot of confidence for the rest of the week, and it was just a nice start for us to get used to the turf, get used to how the team plays a little bit, and it was a really good start. Yeah, definitely. I do think that we made a lot of mistakes, a lot of things that we're going to have to tweak up for the tougher games in the next 2 games. So yeah, maybe not our strongest performance with the finishing, but we can always get better. We are pretty happy with the result. Well, I think Zimbabwe, and tough for us. I think it's always inconsistent. We often quite level, so it's always going to be a tough one. So I think that'll be good. But then Zambia as well, it's going to be unpredictable. So in full force. Well, I mean, I think it's a growing sport. Definitely outdoor, indoor, we're doing pretty well. But I think outdoor it's still growing. So it's great that our junior team got to come here and be exposed to this sort of level. And I think there's a bright future for Namibia. Tomorrow, I think it's Zimbabwe. We're very excited. We are ready. We just want to come out and play. We love the sport. And yeah, I mean, the best team will win, I guess.
We're very excited to be here.
Good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us on this live stream here on the African Hockey Federation YouTube channel. You can also find the link on the Facebook page, and we continue with our Central South Africa qualifier for the Africa Cup of Nations 2025, and this one is a ladies match, and it is going to pit the hosts Zimbabwe taking on Eswatini. Now the ladies are getting ready to line up, and soon we are going to be hearing the national anthems and proceeding with action here. Well, Zimbabwe obviously want to secure their place in the final with the win against Eswatini, while Eswatini will be looking for their first victory on the road. Now, obviously, a very young hockey nation, Eswatini, but they have shown signs that they will continue to develop and push forward. But as for today, it is going to be very important for Zimbabwe to get that win, and obviously please the fans that have come out to watch them. Namibia have all but secured both slots in the final for both the men's and the women's. And here we go as Zimbabwe and Eswatini come up to the umpires who will be taking charge of this particular match. And that is Rita Katoka from Zambia, as well as Irene Handura from Namibia. Ladies are lining up for what will be a photo op, but more importantly, what will be a time for the national anthems.
Good afternoon. Those that can stand, please could you rise up for the national anthem of Zimbabwe. And the national team of Eswatini.
So with the national anthems done and dusted, it is now time for the job on the pitch. Zimbabwe taking on Eswatini. Zimbabwe, of course, looking to book their place in the final. Zambia valiantly fighting to a 1-1 draw against Namibia. So Zimbabwe here just need a win, and that will take them through. Eswatini will be looking to upset the hosts. So let's see who will be right in there to do that. So we start off with the visitors. Eswatini, it will be Nina Hlope in goal, Mvali Twala, and then Leila Carmichael, Tiffany Maposa, Tim Nomfo Twala, Taylor Huli, Sipokulwe, Sihlelelwe, Amy Melvin, Neliswa Palala, as well as Chloe Boyd, and then Wanziswa Mbingo. And then moving over to the home side, starting first will be Theodora Chingombe. She'll be in goal. Rumbidzai Zimuto, Emma Riley, Nicole Nyamafeka, Mufarwashe Matambo, Amber Tozana, Iman Johnson, Tinodiwanashe Elijah, Tsungai Chadzinya, as well as the captain Farai Nengare. So that will be the starting lineup, and let's see how they go about business. And immediately kicking us off is Tino Elijah. Emma Riley now on the ball, sending it out to Iman Johnson. Sends it back to Chadzinya. Chadzinya to Nengare. Nengare spreads it out wide. So Zimbabwe here just trying to make sure they can find some space to be able to go forward, but slowly but surely just advancing out of their own 23, looking for those passes. And this is a good pass up the line for Chadzinya, and Eswatini are able to intercept that particular pass, which was meant for Elijah. The ball does go out, but Zimbabwe still retain possession. Now coming in, well, missed slightly there, but picked up quite easily and spread out onto the far side. Oh, great stick work to try and get into the circle. Wow, it goes loose in the D. Emma Riley picks it up, but couldn't find the pass through. So it looks like that is going to be blown for the first short corner of the match. And Eswatini have to try and defend this set piece. Now, we did see Zimbabwe practicing a whole lot of shooting, drag flicking, and that should now stand in good stead for them if they're able to execute. Standing right at the top of the D, you've got Tino Elijah at an angle. You've also got Emma Riley. Did it very well at captaining her side, Chisipiti, in the Golden Girls hockey tournament. But this is obviously a different level at national team level. Let's see how it goes from here. Zimuto with the injection. Well stopped. Tino Elijah sweeps that one straight into goal. And she's onto the score sheet, and immediately the hosts take a 1-0 lead. So good execution, but also at the same time you would have felt that Eswatini didn't quite come out quickly in order to shut Zimbabwe down. So that is going to be something they'll need to try and deal with. Oh, well, looked like it was intercepted by Elijah, and it has. Riley misses out on possession, but Iman Johnson also standing right in the middle. Zimbabwe now really looking towards doubling their lead very quickly as the pass comes up very quickly. Now to Tino Elijah, she's in the D, the cross comes, but no one was there. And Iman Johnson can only watch that one roll out of play. But to be fair to her, the ball on the turf can be very tricky to follow. So Eswatini getting ready to start.
In front of them, remember.
And the ref blows against Zimbabwe here as Eswatini gain 1 or 2 more meters up front, but still a lot of work to get done. And still possession remains with Eswatini. She goes for a big swing, and the control isn't too great, and picked up by Neliswa, who sends it into the D. Makes it very difficult for Zimbabwe right now, and Eswatini have a chance. And unfortunately, that one going slightly wider from Wanziswa Mbingo. Nengare picks it up, looking for a pass. Decides to go long. Great control on the far side, and great pickup by Zimbabwe. And that pass went a little bit loose, but picked up by Emma Riley and goes straight onto the foot of Tino Elijah there. A little bit unfortunate that it did.
In front of them, remember what we said. In front.
Picked up by Iman Johnson. Emma Riley looks for the pass, gets it into the middle. Oh, great to go on the outside, cuts back in, goes for the shot, and it's a goal. It's a goal. What a goal that was. And that looks like Amber Tozana, also one of the youngsters that are applying their trade for the Zimbabwe national team. I think Amber Tozana hails from Blawayo, down in the south, where she plays she was playing for Girls College this season.
Watch the ball there, Chloe. It's yours, Bali. It's yours, Chloe. It's yours.
So while Zimbabwe, that attacker doesn't go according to plan, they are leading by 2-0. And Eswatini needing to find a way back in. Deciding to start from the back again. Nengare sends a little bit of a loose pass, and Eswatini can pick up from there. Missing out on the ball and allowing Zimbabwe now to regain possession. Start again. That's a great pass right through the middle. And that one comes out to Kelsey Ndoro, who's just come onto the turf. Tozana loses out on possession. And that ball goes all the way out of play, and it is going to be a hit out here for Zimbabwe. But it does mean Eswatini can now advance up the pitch, maybe apply a more high court press, see if they can be able to shift things around. And whilst we're saying that, Amber Tozana comes off, obviously looking to rest. And also coming on is Ruvarashe Mushavi. And was just about to come into action immediately, but not able to get onto that ball. Trish Mukumba, also one of the ladies that was also playing in the Golden Girls hockey tournament, Zimbabwe's biggest schoolgirl hockey tournament, and she was representing her team, her school, which was Lomagandi College. That is a school located in the Mashonaland West region of Zimbabwe. She is also immediately called off and given a bit of a rest. Ball comes back. Nengare making sure that she's a stalwart in defense. Ball comes out to Mujiba sends it out to Kelsey Ndoro. Ndoro is trying to look for a pass on the outside. Tino Elijah picks it up, drives into the D and doing very well. Nobody's stopping her. The cross comes in. And it looks like that has gone in again. A great goal scored. But lots of work that came from Tino Elijah. And just to confirm, the goal scorer there. Mfaroashe Matambo scoring that one. And we can see good rotation from Zimbabwe as Tino Elijah comes off after that lung-busting run from the wing and replaced immediately by Sheunopa Murawi. Many of them very, very young coming into the national team setup, and the hope is that they can continue in the setup and add to the quality of the Zimbabwean side. Now Zimbabwe once again are going to get another short corner. And so far, the goal tally looking very healthy for them. So Ruvarashe Mushavi is going to be injecting this one into the D. Now the question is, what variation will we see from them? The first one worked well. The question is, will they continuously go with it? If it's working, well, and if it ain't broke, then don't fix it. Comes out again. Oh, what a great save by the Eswatini keeper there. But danger not yet averted, but finally it is. But what a save from Nina Hlope. That was fantastic because that one was headed straight into the bottom right-hand corner. But a great save, stuck a foot out and saved it. But danger not over yet. As the Zimbabwe are looking to go for it, and quite unlucky for Mbingo there not to get onto the ball. Swept here onto the near side. And that pass doesn't necessarily find the intended recipient from Kelsey Ndoro.
In front of them, nearly in front. In front of number 7.
The expectation will be coming through now. Henwood comes on. That's Kaylee Henwood. She comes on for number 6. So that's Layla Carmichael. Just to continuously highlight how important it is for the likes of Eswatini and the exposure that they're getting to high levels of hockey against the likes of Namibia, Zimbabwe, Zambia.
Get it back, 1D.
Oh, good drive down on the far side, looking for that pass. It doesn't get to Emma Riley, but is picked up once again. And Zimbabwe looking to make their way and score a fourth. But that swipe towards goal, maybe not as accurate as was intended. Zimbabwe restart play very quickly. Eswatini tries to send the ball upward. So Kelsey Ndoro coming to pick up possession. Tino Elijah coming back on. Iman Johnson also coming on. Emma Riley comes off as well to take a bit of a breather. Whilst at the same time, Chadzinya is about to get on. Ndoro to Nengare. Captain so far making sure that Zimbabwe has a clean sheet. That ball getting into the circle. A cross comes in. The shot on goal. Can they go for another one? 2 consecutive saves. And it goes for another short corner. So great pressure from Zimbabwe, but also fantastic defense from Eswatini. Hlope has ensured that things have not gone wrong. So getting ready for another short corner. Zimbabwe, of the 2 short corners, only one has been buried. Comes out, all the way out, back in. And the shot wasn't that great. The cross comes in and finally buried on the far side. And it looks like it's Matambo again who has done the business. After a bit of a goalmouth scramble. And Matambo is on 2. Well, no pressure from the commentary box, but usually a hat-trick is great. So Zimbabwe in a 4-0 lead. And it's still the first chaka. A great worker from Tino Elijah as she drives into the circle. She's there. Almost slips there, and the ball doesn't go to the intended player, Iman Johnson, and gets it out. And it looks like there's obstruction there, so it doesn't go too well for Nyasha Nyaguze, who's one of the youngsters as well, who was plying her trade for Peterhouse College. They were the 2023 winners of the Golden Girls Hockey Tournament, and obviously being rewarded for her work. And I'm sure her parents will be here, very avid supporters of Nyasha.
On the line.
So Eswatini was looking to flick it over, but Nyasha Nyaguze picks it up in the middle of the park and sends it to Zimuto. Zimuto looking for the pass to Iman Johnson, and Zimbabwe flooding at that D. But unfortunately, that pass from Johnson doesn't find Elijah. And it is going to be a hit out here for Eswatini. Again, that one goes straight out. So just over 2.5 minutes left, and a shot at goal. And Tino Elijah doubles her own goal tally. And Zimbabwe now leading 5-0. It is a little bit tough out there for the ladies in the peach strip. It has been a little bit tough to try and stop the Zimbabwean flood coming in. Well, that one goes through Nengare, and it goes straight out. So quite lucky that no one was following up behind. Tozana comes back on, and this time round for Tino Elijah. And Zimbabwe have been finding goals at will. A great pickup by Johnson. Lays it out wide. Circle penetration and into goal. Another save from Klope. And it's going to be another short corner for Zimbabwe. Well, a couple of seconds here left. Just above 1.5 minutes. Great injection. Tries to go for the shot, misses it completely, and that's another chance which goes begging for Zimbabwe. So Lomave Lamini about to come on, but not much time that is left. Nengare gets a head up, looks for the pass, goes past. Picked up by Johnson, looking for the pass. Oh, that was a great pass. Was looking for a first-time shot. Was Nyaguze. But coach will obviously tell her that maybe she needed to stop that one. But I think it was the right idea by Nyaguze to try and whip that one first time in goal. And that would have also put her name onto the score sheet. Now virtually seconds that are left on the clock before we go into our first chaka break. And the Zimbabwe are already in the driving seat with the intent to seek for more. That one is coming, well, it was coming straight down the line, but goes straight out, and that is the first chaka break, and I'm sure a break that the technical team from Eswatini would have needed to try and encourage the Chargers. But as for now, I'm sure Tendai Maredza is happy with the Zimbabwean performance. First chaka break it is, Zimbabwe 5, Eswatini 0. So with that very short break, we're back at it, and Zimbabwe comfortably leading a 5-0. Looks like a couple of changes at the break there coming in. Looks like Tanatswa Mutaramuswa rather has come in. We had seen Theodora Chingombe taking over the goalkeeping duties, but we were seeing what Zimbabwe was trying to do, trying to make sure that they would score goals. Now it's Eswatini that is on the charge, driving very, very well. Really well through Tiffany Maposa. So Neliswa is about to send this one up, decides to drive it just a little bit more, but that was stolen by Emma Riley, who sends it out to Nyaguze. Nyaguze driving with that ball, looking to send the ball out wide. It's cut back into the D. Is it available? No, it's not. And Zimbabwe spurn a counter-attacking opportunity, which really one would have expected to have been buried.
Kelly, push it up. Kelly on the outside, Tim Northful.
So Emma Riley decides to go around the park. The ball stolen by Eswatini, but only for a short while. Well, it looks like they've retained possession. Eswatini retain possession now. Need to try and spread out. Maybe the long ball forward might be a little bit too tricky for them to continuously apply. This time it's a flick over the top. And they have found a teammate. Cuts back inside. Looks for the ball and it's into the D now. And Zimbabwe were actually stuttering just there for a short while. And Eswatini showing that they are not pushovers and that if given the chance, they can actually cause a few tremors in the Zimbabwean defense. Nengare straight through. Great control by Nyaguze. She's into the D. Tried to go for the shot. Well blocked. Oh, that's a reverse stick shot. Iman Johnson in there. And finally, they get the short corner. So, you can see Nyaguze there trying by all means to obviously impress the technical bench as a young player coming in. She is a youngster, of course, coming from the high school system here in Zimbabwe, which is very strong in hockey. Now getting ready to receive. Emma Riley looks like she might be the target here. Well, she's out of it. Tino Elijah gets it back and she sweeps it straight into goal. And Tino Elijah completes her hat-trick. 3 goals already, and she'll be looking for more and be hungry for more. Iman Johnson comes off and allows Ruvarashe Mushavi to come on. Ball goes through and Kelsey Ndoro intercepts, gives it to Mushavi. And Mushavi, unfortunately, touches the ball with the back of her hockey stick. And those are the few things that they want to try and polish up on. Looks like Handura has given that one over. Tino Elijah has dropped back into a defensive position at the moment. Maybe giving more opportunity to other youngsters. Oh, great stick work by Mushavi. Can she get the pass right? And unfortunately she didn't. So Mujiba will be a little bit disappointed that she didn't get clean ball after all of that great work from Mushavi. Zimbabwe still have possession and are very, very hungry to try and get more and more of those goals. They are looking to overhaul the goal difference. Tino Elijah with the ball into the D.
Tim, not for the swag back. Stay with them, Bali.
And so while Zimbabwe would have loved to have scored more at that particular point, not necessarily being accurate. Coming on is Sheonopa Murawi.
Ball speed, Bali. Nice one.
Whilst Zimuto is also waiting to come on. Eswatini still has the ball, tries to send it forward. That has gone out. So So Tiffany Maposa looking to send this one forward, but decides to send it back. Looks like we've got a goalkeeper substitution here for Zimbabwe. Find that quite odd that Zimbabwe has decided to remove both of its goalkeepers. Have not seen much of a threat from Eswatini, so now are looking like they want to just keep on attacking, keep on scoring goals. And so, again, another opportunity from Neliswa. And that one blown against Eswatini, losing out on possession. Nengare immediately to Zimuto, to Emma Riley. Tino Elijah, despite a defensive block, sends the ball out wide. This is an opportunity into the circle, but goes a pass through a couple of hockey sticks. Emma Riley picks it up, sends it out onto the far side. And Zimbabwe now finding it a little bit difficult to get goals at ease. But they know the assignment that is at hand.
Make sure. Point, Tiffany.
Picked up by Kelsey Ndoro.
Nice one.
So while the ball is on the far side, it is Eswatini now looking for that pass. That Dlamini trying to get the ball going and wins a foul in her favor. Great pickup from and Eswatini doing much better in terms of applying pressure and maintaining a bit of a high court press there. But the ball goes out. Tino Elijah manages to control it. And this is a very dangerous situation. Into the D. Oh, the shot missed. And oh, wow. Will be a little bit disappointed that she wasn't able to bury that chance. That was literally a 1v1. And it wasn't taken care of.
Come, Nelly. Go, Nelly.
Here comes the injection. And that's a shot, a bullet, straight into goal. Wow. What a shot that was. And the umpires have called that one to not have gone in.
All right, nice one, boy. Good there.
Just a little bit too high there for Zimbabwe. Otherwise, they would have added to their tally. They need to be wary. Goes past a few hockey sticks, but into Zimbabwean possession. Comes out to Johnson. Johnson picks up on that possession. She will start play very quickly again. Gets the pass out. Very lucky to have won it back. Back to Nengare. Now out wide. Also being well marshaled there. So great work from Amy Melvin, who has really been applying pressure onto that back three of Zimbabwe's. So Zimbabwe have piled tons of numbers into the D. Oh wow, that one is flicked way above everyone. In fact, way above the goal, and will allow Eswatini to have that hit out. So again, for Zimbabwe, the feeling is that time is running out to score more and more. Tino Elijah takes a rest, whilst Emma Riley comes back into the middle of the park. A false touch from Zimuto, rather a false touch from Mushavi.
Okay, let's work back. Nelly, just jog. Buddy! Nice one! Go! Get point, Nelly! Face it! Tiffany! Mark it. Okay, step out! Who's that, Tiffany? Stick down, Amy. Play.
And Zimbabwe still has it. Emma Riley was onto it, but stolen away from her. Dlamini with a great touch round the back, and unfortunately, Neliswa couldn't get onto it. Comes out onto this near side. Great pickup by Johnson, looking for the pass in, flicks it in, great control, but also great defense from Eswatini. From Sihlelelwe, doing very well to make sure that that ball went out. So Eswatini have done very well. This is arguably the longest period that they've spent without having to concede. Looks like they're getting an idea of how Zimbabwe plays and are now plugging every hole.
Tiffany, move up a little bit. Tiffany, play midfield, go up.
Goes for the good old-fashioned golf swing, but it doesn't make it past. Nengare, the captain, hasn't had too much to do. That one is a bit of a poor pass. And Amy Melvin loses out on the touch there and has to go back. Picked up by the captain here, Nengare. Picked up by Johnson.
Stick down.
Back again. This time round to Chadzinya. Trying to send it out to the captain. Touch round the corner, but again goes a little bit too quickly, and no one can catch up to that one.
Stick down.
A great hustling by Mbingo. Loses out though. And Zimbabwe now slowly but surely just managing this particular quarter, this chaka before it ends. So with 15 seconds left, Zimbabwe looking for that goal. Can they find it? And unfortunately, Mukumba doesn't find the intended touch. Comes out for a long corner, and finally, that's the end of it. So, 2 chakas gone, and Zimbabwe leading by 6 goals to nil. A much needed halftime break for both sides. Let's see what the next 2 chakas hold. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. This is the second half of this encounter. 2 chukkers to go. 2 chukkers done. Zimbabwe, I think very comfortably in the lead right now, leading by 6 goals to 0. Eswatini showing really good signs in the second chukka. Their defense got much better as the game began to progress. And of course, more importantly, they will be looking for their own goal. But I think one of the other things that Eswatini will need to do is to press higher up the pitch, apply more pressure against Zimbabwe, and maybe try and get some passes through. The good old-fashioned golf swing, as I would love to call it, may not necessarily pay the dividends that they would like. But I think at the end of the day, some passing in between the lines and some good pressure against Zimbabwe might just pay the dividends. For Zimbabwe, I'm sure the pressure will still be on from the technical team. I want more goals and more goals, so the front line will definitely be under pressure to deliver. And starting things for us in this third chukka rather, will be Eswatini. And immediately they decide to go for a pump up the field. Doesn't work out, and Emma Riley quickly restarts play. The pass was intended for Tino Elijah. Doesn't reach her, but they won't be too afraid of that. So Eswatini managed to defend that one very well. Still trying to build from the back are Eswatini, but that is a very dangerous ploy against a very high court press. Just looking at the formation that Zimbabwe is using, you would almost feel like as if they've got 7 players in the half of Eswatini. Great pass around the corner. Can anybody get to it? Oh, Eswatini can. Decent block by Kelsey Ndoro. But Neliswa is able to retain possession. That's a flick over the top. And Iman Johnson defends that one. Oh, Iman Johnson does also tend to ref a lot of high school games. First game she played in 2005 and scored her first international goal at a particular point. And obviously those are some of her favorite moments. Loves representing the country, and obviously interested in media. So most probably she'll be joining us in the commentary box one of these days. But ball comes out now. And Trish Mukumba unable to get going there. Emma Riley picks it up, tries to get it forward, but blocked very well by Sihlele Elwe. And so Eswatini continuing with their intent to now try and meet Zimbabwe in what we would term the physical space, trying to get there, place the hockey stick right in there. and ensure that no passes find their way past their defensive line. Ball comes out again. So Tino Elijah a little bit too aggressive. Zimuto comes off. And now Zimbabwe has got the ball. Tino Elijah, very, very physical. She's an athlete. Into the D. Almost takes the shot. Finally gets the shot away. But that will go against Zimbabwe. Well, Tino Elijah is a very powerful athlete. Once she does get going, it's very difficult to stop her. I think much to the discovery of the Eswatini defense. Now Eswatini trying to move the ball around and lose out on possession. Ball goes into the D. And well, that's going to be flicked in so easily. And that is the Zimbabwe's 7th. And Tino Elijah's 4th. So things had been going on quite well for Eswatini. But Zimbabwe found that goal again. Emma Riley now. Good pickup from Neliswa. Well, lost a boot in the process, but fighting for a country with flying colors so far. That's a attempted flick over the top. All taken care of. Emma Riley sends it out to Johnson. Johnson flicks it forward. Again, looking for the pass on the outside. Tino Elijah with the pickup. Into the D, but doesn't find anyone. It did come off an Eswatini hockey stick, so it is going to be a long corner.
Number 4. Nelly.
Sakelwe Dlamini about to come on. Just waiting for who's going to be coming in. Emma Riley onto it. Sends it in. And well, not so sure what the plan around that actually was, but Emma Riley was firing that one in and most probably hoping for someone to flick that one towards goal. But anyway, Eswatini pick up on possession, building from the back. Tried to go for a long pass again. Chloe Boyd coming on. Sakelwe Dlamini, whilst coming off is Henwood after her shift. So let's see how things go on from here. Another attempted flick over the top. Emma Riley controls, and she was smothered. You have to be back 5 when someone is controlling the ball. A great pass on the outside. Mukumba gets it, sweeps it into the D. Chance for a shot. And Zimbabwe looks like they might be losing out on this one. Mukumba goes for it, but possession comes back again to Eswatini. Oh, back onto the field of play. Shono Pamrawi. Mukumba coming off. And coming on is Alea Musakaruka. Alea Musakaruka was also playing for a high school in the Golden Goals hockey tournament. Ball comes out across into the D. Great pressure on Tino Elijah from Eswatini, but Tino goes round. And well, that was a very, very strong attempt at things. It is a long corner. Zimbabwe decides to spread it wide to Zimuto. Zimuto driving into the D easily. And well intercepted by Eswatini. And that one is swept away by Neliswa. Zimbabwe's defense has now come and is camping right outside the 23. Iman Johnson tries to go for the shot, pulls it, drags it, flicks it. Another chance, and Zimbabwe lose out on possession there again. Oh well, there was a stick involved there, and Eswatini will try and move forward, but might lose out on possession. Zimuto fighting very hard and loses out on that battle and fight. And a quick start by Eswatini gives them a really good chance here.
Control.
Finally controlled by Twala. And stolen away by Zimbabwe. Eswatini picks up. And now they're the ones applying a bit of a press. But Zimbabwe have gone into defensive shape. And that one was hit down the ground, but unfortunately it was very high up. And Eswatini will regain possession. So Emma Riley will be called back on. Tino Elijah will take her seat.
Hey, watch it there, watch it, don't dive. Stay with us. Okay.
It looks like there must have been an obstruction, but a couple of substitutions are waiting in the wings. So far, the disciplinary record from both sides has been good. No green card as yet. No yellow card. Coming on, Nyasha Nyaguze. And that one went a little bit too high. And good pass as well. And oh, great pass into the middle. Almost didn't find a taker. Here's a chance. And well, that's a good save. And another missed opportunity on that far side. So just a little bit discouraging here from Zimbabwe that they are also missing out on opportunities that they really should have taken. Oh, great work in order to regain possession. Comes to the edge, goes for the shot, and unfortunately hits her own teammate.
I don't want it too wide, remember. Not too wide.
So another chance goes a-begging.
Put it in front of them. Put it in front.
Zimbabwe trying to apply a high court press. Very wild swing of the hockey stick, and that one gives a possession away. CPO Kuhle going for a very, very wild swing, and unfortunately at the same time incurring a short corner. A great welcome to all of our viewers that are watching live and direct on the Africa Hockey Federation channel. Obviously, the wonderful production being provided by Rising Stars Media and proudly partnered by Steel Center, who are making this a possibility for us to watch the Central South Africa qualifier here in Harare, Zimbabwe. Emma Riley goes for the shot and buries it. Well, there was no pressure on her, and it was going to be an easy swipe towards goal. Once she connected with that one, it was a rifling straight into the bottom right-hand corner, and that's exactly what it did. So Emma Riley finds herself on the score sheet. What a world of good it will do for an 18-year-old playing in the national team. Well, great to take from Zimbabwe. Unfortunately obstructed there by Dlamini. Well, ball goes in. Nyaguze finds the sideboard. Was a great attempt to try and take it. She was swiveling, and it was always going to be easy for her to miss that one than to score, but great attempt nonetheless from her. Picks up the ball, does Nyaguze. Sends it out, a great pass, but just a false touch from Kelsey Ndoro. And Eswatini pick up on possession once again. So as this game is obviously going to be winding down in the next Chaka, it will be Zimbabwe, the men taking on Eswatini men as well. Oh, that was a decent turn and shot, but unfortunately it didn't quite come off. Liam Sakaruka. So good to see young players being incorporated into the system. Pretty much part of what Coach Tendai Maredza is all about. Chloe Boyd. Shonopa Rawi to Kelsey Ndoro to Emma Riley. Sweeps it wide. Trying to get it in. And well, it will be just outside the D. Comes back. Swept out. Nyaguze misses it. And unfortunately, another attack which is not executed. So I'm sure looking at the footage, this is some of the stuff that Coach Maredza will be looking at and hoping the girls can correct as they go into the final tomorrow. It's not going to be an easy assignment. They'll be taking on a very, very strong Namibian side. And so that is the end of the third Chaka. And Zimbabwe have added 2 more to their tally. Zimbabwe leading 8-0 against Eswatini. So it is the fourth and final Chaka, Zimbabwe leading 8-0. And immediately Eswatini trying to apply a bit of pressure. Zimbabwe finds a way out rather. Oh, great turn to get out of trouble and a good pickup by Zimbabwe, now attacking very swiftly into the D. Can she get the shot away? Mukumba can't find the space. Emma Riley looking for the space. Almost went for a reverse stick shot and goes onto the foot. But that was very swift attacking from Zimbabwe. And unfortunately, that goes straight onto the foot of Neliswe, who looks injured and might need the medical team to attend to her. So Neliswa Ampalala has to go all the way back. Not walking too great. Here comes the ball. This time round, here's the shot. Emma Riley, goes for a back stick flick, and finally it comes in. But unfortunately, that's not a goal. Just maybe a little bit too much variation on that short corner and making it very difficult for them to get the precision that they wanted. So getting ready to go, Chloe Boyd. Flick over the top, and it doesn't go that far. Zimbabwe retain possession. A pass into the middle. Emma Riley gets the ball out wide. So good build up here from Zimbabwe, looking to just accelerate their play. Great stick work to try and make circle entry and into the D. Zimbabwe still has a possession and they have a short corner. And so, Emma Riley looking like she's ready to receive. Tino Elijah in the number 13 jumper, whilst Amber Tozana is also waiting for that. All of them very good attackers and fantastic finishers too. Emma Riley gets it, sweeps it out, sweep shot, flicks over, and it goes into goal. Another goal for Zimbabwe. And it looks like it is Atina Mjiba with that sweep. Trish Mkumba gets the ball across, driven into the D. A clash of bodies and sticks means Zimbabwe gets that one. So Zimbabwe now looking to enter into double figures when it comes to the score. Currently leading 9-0.
Step on the line. Inside the D, Chloe. Get out, step out, step free.
And just a little bit of false control there, and Zimbabwe loses out on possession.
Go on, I want to go, pressure. Stick down.
Eswatini still on the ball. Chloe Boyd decides to flick it once again. But Zimbabwe picks up. Oh, well, that's a great steal, but it looks like there was a clash of sticks before they got onto the ball. Oh, that was flicked through. Comes to the keeper, and Hlope has to hold out. Nyaguze picks up, tries to sweep it, gets it to Riley, who flicks it round the corner. Another good pickup from Zimbabwe, and that is going to be a long corner. So again, Zimbabwe just spending a whole lot of time in the Eswatini half, but not coming out with the dividends that they need to be coming out with. Tino Elijah, and oh, right at the back post. Looks like it was Tina who was waiting there, but couldn't get a stick to it.
Get in front of them. Put them move up, blow it up a little bit, up.
Trish Mkumba comes off, and on comes Nicole Nyamapeka. Iman Johnson gets back on as well as Mushavi comes off. Well, Nyaguze passes it, and that's a goal. Well, nutmegged she was after all of the great work that she has done. And nutmeg was the last thing that she expected, but a great goal by Nicole Nyamapeka, coming straight from the touchline and sweeping that into goal. And Zimbabwe enters into the double digits, 10-0. So Eswatini has made some really good ground here. Now can they get the ball into the circle? Still belongs to Eswatini, just outside the D it will be. Oh, it looks like it's going to be a long corner. I got a final touch.
Good day, not too far up. Stephanie, backing a little bit. In.
Here comes Eswatini, but that one blocked immediately at the first line of defense. And now here comes the Zimbabwe. Tino Elijah passes it out. And off they go. The pass comes in between the Eswatini hockey sticks. Tino Elijah into it. Tries to turn round, and that is going to be a penalty corner. Short corner. And Rumbizi Muto will take charge of the injection here. Now let's see how they go about business here. What will be the variation from Zimbabwe? Surely with the scoreline at this particular juncture, it's the time for you to experiment, see what more you can do. Injection, Emma Riley, out to Elijah, back to Riley, tries to flick it towards goal, well defended. And it looks like Zimbabwe might have just spurned another chance, but Tino Elijah tries to sweep through, and finally it goes in. Well, how they kept that one alive for so long is a little bit of a testament of not applying too much pressure on Zimbabwe. And well, they will take that one all day long. And it looks like it is Shono Pa Murawi who scored that one, wearing number 18. And the tally continues to increase.
Chloe, stay central. Chloe, stay central.
Oh, well, that one goes all the way out. Definitely not to the favorable taste of the coach, Amber Tozana, comes back on. Kaylee Henwood right here on the near side waiting for that pass. Decides to go straight up, does Lamini, and missed out a passing opportunity to Henwood. Zimbabwe. Ndoro passes it upfield. Great take, good control. Another good pass, swept into the D. And oh, that's a great save. And Tino Elijah was still trying to manufacture another opportunity, but missed out on that one. So just under 7 minutes left in this fourth and final chaka. Eswatini looking for their first goal. Chloe Boyd tried to flick that one, and it went straight into Johnson. Well, Tino Elijah will stride off. Mukumba comes back on. Ndoro out to Nengare, who has really hadn't had too much to do. Emma Riley picks up on the ball, great control as well, sends it out wide. Johnson, great pass in. Shonopa goes for goal, and it comes in, and it looks like Mukumba is able to get that one in, touch that one in, whether it was Shonopa or it was Trish Mukumba. Either way, it's a Zimbabwean goal. Chloe Boyd holding on to possession. Eswatini retain possession. Chloe Boyd looks for a long ball forward, but also well blocked up by Iman Johnson. Trisha Mukumba, oh, lovely stick work there to get the pass right through. Can Zimbabwe continue, but intercepted very well. Trish Mukumba showing dogged fight as she tries to apply the press. Comes on to this near side, but goes straight out of play. Zimbabwe starts very quickly. Emma Riley off, Tino Elijah on, and driving into that D. Goes for the cross, but it still is with Eswatini. Oh wow, the ball is bobbling in the D there. Somebody needs to take a shot. And finally, the referee points in the direction of Eswatini. So far too many chances. Far too many chances. It might be a good win for Zimbabwe, but definitely will need to go back to the drawing board and look at how they've not been able to finish off some of those chances. Now here comes another chance for Zimbabwe. Ball in the D, but swept away by Namibia. By Eswatini rather. Nengare holding a very high line in her defensive position. Oh, passed out to Mukumba. Zimuto Back all the way. Oh, great touch into the D. Reverse stick shot, and again, doesn't pay dividends. Oh, unfortunately for Chloe Boyd, misses out on that pass. And Zimbabwe with a quick restart. And Tino Elijah kind of knew that that ball belonged to her. Again, need to be careful, need to be back 5. Otherwise, green cards tend to come out. But it is going to be a short corner in favor of Zimbabwe once again. So here comes the injection. Oh my word, the control not great. And good defensive work from Eswatini. Nengare retains possession, sweeps it out, but just a little bit too long. And that chance goes a-begging. A couple of changes as well being brought. Oh, well, that one is taken away very easily by Zimbabwe. Elijah sends it out, and that was a swift pass into the D. Elijah a bit disappointed with herself, but it does come with the territory. So Eswatini will be getting ready to leave the turf and allow the men's team to come and meet a Zimbabwe men's team who are desperate for a win. Oh, Tino Elijah with a beautiful turn. And as she tries to keep on going, unfortunately, hockey sticks do clash. But play will continue. Oh, great pass into the D. And that is going to be a short corner. Nyasha Nyaguze was waiting to pounce onto that one, but it just didn't come to her. So just about a minute left in this encounter as Zimbabwe gets another short corner. Goes for the pass, and it finally goes in. Well, it was a pretty untidy finish, but nonetheless, it is a goal. And Zimbabwe get their goal through Urumbizi Muto. She gets onto the score sheet as well. Well, just under 45 seconds left as Tino Elijah once again drives into the D, but again considered to have done it illegally. And 30 seconds left on the clock, Zimbabwe leading 13-0. Really a matter of just putting a cherry on top, but the cake has been done. Oh wow, they steal the ball back. It is going to be a long corner, but I don't think there's much time to take it. Well, they do take it. Out to Tino, loses possession. It's a short corner right on the stroke of the fourth Chaka buzzer, signaling the end of the match. Let's see if this variation does work. A lot of short corners that they've had, but they've not been able to execute. Here's the chance. Let's see if they can finish it with aplomb. So, here comes the short corner. Will they go for the shot? Oh my word! That one hits us straight, and immediately the medical team definitely has to rush on. So a little bit unfortunate there to see the young lady being attended to, but thankfully we do have a medical team that is alerted to the situation, that have come on and will attend to this. But surely that was the last phase of play. And Zimbabwe will walk away with a thumping win against Eswatini. Obviously not the way that we would have wanted to see this match end. Being played in the right spirit, but it's so amazing to see her rising to her feet. Oh, this is awesome to see from Eswatini. Of course, she will need more medical attention. And that did go a bit high. So looks like that is the end of it all, as the ladies will shake hands and will exchange pleasantries. But a very tame and very somber finisher to the match, as Zimbabwe wins this one 13-0. Now, of course, in terms of goal difference, they haven't gone past the likes of what Zambia did to Eswatini, but they will proceed through to the final, where they will meet again Namibia, whom they lost by 3-0 to. A lot will need to be worked on if they are to put in a clinical performance, but the most important thing for Zimbabwe is that they beat Eswatini 13-0. Well, stay locked on. Zimbabwe versus Eswatini, the men's game coming on.
they're tuned in, they're watching. So words of encouragement to say. Good afternoon and welcome back to St. John's College AstroTurf in Harare, Zimbabwe for this fourth and final game of day 3, which will see Zimbabwe, the hosts, playing Eswatini, debutants on the international stage.
For those of you who can, please stand for the national anthem of Zimbabwe.
As you've just heard there, we stand for the national anthems.
Thank you. For those of you who can, please remain standing for the national anthem of Eswatini. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your chief commentator in the booth, Ben, partnered with my good trusty fellow TC, as we see the toss being conducted there by the captains. Looks like Eswatini have won the toss. And as we wait for the teams to exchange pleasantries at the beginning of the game, the umpires for this match are Abraham Chaya of Zambia and Daniel Matavata out from Malawi, as we prepare for this, what some might say is a dead rubber for Zimbabwe, who has failed to qualify for the Africa Cup of Nations due to a double loss in the first and second day of the tournament. So this one merely for the rankings, FIH rankings and continental rankings, and also to salvage a bit of pride for the nation.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a tough tournament for Zimbabwe. Got out on the wrong foot against Zambia and then took another knock against Namibia. So this just to instill some pride back in the camp. Supporters were disappointed. The coach was disappointed. Kudzinya Bezi had a chat with him, and he owned up that the guys just didn't take their chances, weren't good enough. And these two sides will meet now, and they'll also meet tomorrow.
Yes, TC, and kudos to the youngest side of Zimbabwe. It being a learning curve on the international stage, they mustn't be too hard on themselves, take this as a learning curve and look to progress in future tournaments to come. And Eswatini, wow, how far they have come along in this tournament, TC, as we saw from the opening day. A little bit of stage fright against the Namibians, but a gutsy effort in the day 2 against Zambia, going down still by quite a number of goals, but holding out their own up until the third chaka, just down by just 10 goals. A vast improvement. I expect nothing less than a spirited effort again in what seems to be a very highly anticipated encounter.
No, absolutely. We've spoken lots about Eswatini. What an achievement it is for them to play their first international hockey fixtures at this tournament. And praise must be given to Nawa Mushawi and the entire team that have worked even behind the scenes to make sure Eswatini are playing international hockey. Credit to them. I'm sure their fans tuning in on this feed right now are witnessing this. And you start from somewhere. I have no doubt that these two sides, the men's and the women's side, will continue to improve over the years.
Yes, it is vital that we see some form of continuity. We continue to see Eswatini on the international stage. That is how they will gain the experience that they need. But credit to the coaches and the players themselves for actually making it us thus far. So that bit of support, I hear they have a tournament of indoor hockey where Botswana will join them in Swaziland. And we just look to the authorities, to the corporates back home in Swaziland to continue supporting these brave young women and men who are putting it out there for their country.
Absolutely. Zimbabwe making a decent start here. Tafadza Mugore. He ships it to Richard Matambo. Steady start for Zimbabwe as they just try and make use of this possession that they've got early on. Turning over Eswatini possession at push-off. And in an attempt for a circle entry, which they do make, the shot is taken. And Zimbabwe open their scoring early on.
Yes, a cracking ball in from Tafadzwa Mugore. Not marked correctly by the Eswatini, and captain Gift Chamunorwa with the shot, swivel and score for Zimbabwe to take on an early lead in this match.
Yep, Eswatini just need to hang in there. Just possessed again in a very dangerous place. It's a goal scorer.
Yes, apologies there for giving the captain the accolades for scoring. It was indeed Tadi Kamusewu, number 7 jersey. Hot on the charge, looks to be taking advantage of some well-earned game time, as he didn't feature too much in the first 2 matches for Zimbabwe.
Yep, and he's taken full control of his start and scoring. I mean, the coach will be happy with his selection to start him. And I'm sure we'll see him continue to...
Chance for Zimbabwe here. Amos Chamunorwa striking it directly to the goalkeeper. Coach Nyabezi is visibly unhappy there, giving him a stern talking to. But a bit of rush of blood to the head there as Zimbabwe look to penetrate once again. Here with Daniel Erasmus with the reverse ball into the D. Eswatini looking to clear their lines. Tatenda Kanyangarara on the ball here as he looks for a short corner. Can he be able to get one? And it hits the feet. Rightfully so. Good skill from Kanyangarara in the D.
Yeah, good skills. Knew exactly what he was doing. Just hung on to the ball, kept it nice and controlled, and then in an attempt to send it in, he was clearly looking for the penalty corner there.
Yes, Zimbabwe line up for their first short corner of the match to be injected by Amos Chamunorwa, number 14. The castle looks to have trappers as in Mutsawashe Kanyangarara stopping for his brother Tatenda, and Daniel Erasmus for captain Chamunorwa. Goes out to Mutsa, unable to trap the ball. Erasmus recovering from that, a clash of heads there. Shot in the D by Kanyangarara, saved by the goalkeeper. Player looks to be down in the D. Looks like Wayne Sparham might have taken a shot there, but he does shrug it off. bravely so. Looks to be fine. Pritchard Matambo out to Tefadzwa Mugore. Zimbabwe need to be a little bit more patient, maybe to take a leaf out of the style of play of Namibia as they're trying to force things after shifting the ball just once across the width of the field, TC.
Yeah, they need to be a lot more patient. They showed glimpses of patience in the lead up to that first goal, and I think on that occasion, just trying to rush it a little bit. But I agree with you, they need to show a little more patience.
Yes, as Eswatini look to restart here in their half, beating the ball up as it looks to be deflected by Zimbabwe. Infield into Muchacha, Takunda Muchacha to Mufandaedza, touched by Kanyangarara, onto Captain Chamunorwa, onto Takunda Muchacha, out to Tefadzwa Mugore with a one-time pass. Unfortunately, that pass going awry. Chamunorwa unable to trap that ball. Patience is what we're looking for. I'm sure the crowd somewhat subdued at the moment. Not too thrilled by the style of play of Zimbabwe at the moment. Can they put on a show for us here?
I'm sure that's the intention. They would have spoken at length about this tournament and how they want to finish their last two games, and I think they've made a decent start, moving the ball around nicely, getting the early goal. So I think so far so good for Zimbabwe.
Yes, Muchacha with some decisive and accurate, crisp passing, looking to inject some pace in the distribution of Zimbabwe with a short corner. Dylan Kirk, they're guilty of not retrieving 5 with a quick restart from number 6 Esau Mfandaedza for Zimbabwe. As Muchacha trots to the sideline to receive some pointers from coach Eddie Chiringa. Eddie Chiringa himself, an experienced, very vastly experienced old-timer for Zimbabwe hockey community, has been there, done that, part of the Masters hockey setup as well. Zimbabwe with the injection. Kanyangarara on the ball here. Ball lifted. Zimbabwe wasting yet another chance. They ought to be a little clinical in this match, to use it somewhat as an opportunity to perfect their set pieces and movement patterns, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. Mutsawashe Kanyangarara maybe just needs to adjust the angle of his stick at the castle top D. There seems to be bobbling a bit, but it's nothing he won't be able to fix. I'm sure he'll do better as the game goes on.
Yes, very much so. Through ball from Daniel Erasmus there. Going awry for Zimbabwe. Nobody home within the D, and the keeper Msibi shouting, just leave it. And Eswatini with Ozaya there looking to clear the ball as Mfandaedza interjects. Mugore on the ball for Zim. Matambo onto Mfandaedza, unable to pick up the ball with a bit of a close stance in that attempt to retrieve the ball. TC.
Yeah, absolutely. Just failing to trap it in there. Zimbabwe will still continue to attack here. Well worked so far. Tatenda Kanyangarara now with the ball.
Chamunorwa Amos on that particular occasion, recovered by Tadi Kamseu onto Matambo, onto Takunda Mchacha with the through ball out onto the left flank here to Tefadzwa Mugore, who sends it into the D. Chamunorwa with the flick. Kanyangarara with the swing and miss. Unfortunately missing the ball on that occasion. Musa Mbonakanwe hailing out of Masvingo province. It's Hippo Valley being his club of choice. With the attempted flick, the rebound from Kanyangarara, untimely miss from him.
Muchacha plays it forward. Mugore pursuing as well. It's the infringement inside the 25.
Yes, Zimbabwe finding it very tough going at the moment as the Eswatini men are well marshaled in their defense by goalkeeper Msibi. Coach Chinao Mshabi visibly standing on the touchline, barking orders for his charges here. Really frustrating Zimbabwe at the moment.
Yeah, it is frustrating Zimbabwe when you can't. We saw that with the ladies' game as well. Eventually took them quite a while to score again. Once they scored their 6th goal, it took a while for the 7th goal to come. But it's patience, isn't it? You've got to be patient.
Yes, I'd like to see Zimbabwe complete that switch there. That time, Kanyangarara deciding to turn into traffic instead of just being a little bit patient, opting for the in and out as Matambo.
Well, we need to give credit here to Eswatini. I think they've defended very well. Since that first goal by Kamuseu, they've held their own. They're marking well, cutting out the space. Zimbabwe out of sorts, so to speak, in attack.
Yes, purely based on the frustration they are experiencing at the moment with Mchacha unable to stop the ball as it bobbles up. Z for Eswatini, they're looking to take the hit for Eswatini on the far side. Can Eswatini overload into Asme Mpofu coming on for Zimbabwe in jersey 17. Zimbabwe very, very impatient at the moment. They're trying these river balls that instead of trying a more structured approach to this match. Yes, they might be frustrated by the Eswatini men. However, one has to say that patience, just like we've been accustomed to see from the Namibians, just take a leaf from that.
No, you're right there. I think, Ben, you just need to cool off a bit. No harm switching play, passing backwards, just trying to stretch this Eswatini defense, which is proving to hold its own here.
Yes, very much so. And as we see, a bit more like it there from Muchono. That ball should have gone out wide to Pritchard Matambo there as they're trying to pass into a congested area. But Matambo would have had a clean run into the D. Some vision lacking there, reverting to type, as another legend in hockey, Louis Mnyama, would say back when I was coached around 2011 period.
Another legend of Zimbabwean hockey, isn't he, Louis?
Yes, one of many who have stuck around in hockey circles in order to push for the growth and development of Zim hockey. And as we see all these tournaments coming out, Muchono with the ball here, cleverly keeping possession as the D was blocked out. Zimbabwe can recycle. There are no options at the moment for Zim. Good work there from Kanyangarara to Matambo. Matambo to Forbes. Asme Mpofu. Kanyangarara on the ball here. Back to Kanyangarara. Zimbabwe with the shot on goal there. Msibi with a double save there. Clearing the ball off the line. Musa Mbonakangwe with the double attempt. However, Msibi standing tall. Saving whilst he's also on the ground there.
Seli Musa Msibi has made some telling saves throughout this tournament. He's really done well for his country. And he's just picking up where he left off yesterday, making some great saves.
Yes, very much so. Muchono slowing things down, surveying his options, whisking it out wide to Mugore, who sends the ball through to nobody on that occasion. Patience, Zimbabwe. This is what we're looking for up here in the commentators' booth.
And the Eswatini coach, Tinawa Mushawi, is really impressed with how his side has defended and kept Zimbabwe to just that one goal in this first quarter.
Yes, a skyrocketed attempt there from Captain Fokudze. Looking to take out the technical panel at the halfway line, I assume.
Wouldn't like to be on the receiving end of a hockey ball flying.
Yes,
off the turf.
assistant coach Mwale almost went diving underneath the bench there in an attempt to escape that rocket of a missile coming his way. A little bit on the hush, but I hear Coach Mwale is in the naughty chair for this game after receiving a one-match ban. I'm not too sure the technical infringement faced, maybe due to some frustrations with the technical panel, as the table signals 2 minutes left for Zimbabwe to try and double their lead here. Musa on to Koni Muchono, who controls the ball, however, draws the foul from Eswatini. A secondary short corner for Zimbabwe. Eswatini really holding their ground, holding their defensive shape, really thwarting the attacks from Zimbabwe at the moment.
Yeah, they are, but penalty corner time. This is an opportunity for them to get their second. They would want to trap much better at top D here than they have recently.
Yes, Muchono and the castle move left. Tatina Kanyangarara with the drag flick. And the ball goes just awry of the right upright there. Another wasted chance for Zimbabwe with the chance to double their lead. However, Kanyangarara just getting his bearings wrong. And Ozaya switches the ball to Captain Fokudze. Tefadzwa Mugore with the ball for Zimbabwe. A bit of a hit and hope pass there from Alec Chamunorwa, as we see Michael making a charge here for Michael Melvin, number 6, with some brilliant work right there. Asma Mpofu on the ball there. A bit of a very loose pass on that occasion.
Yeah, Zimbabwe, this will be frustrating for them the longer it carries on if they don't get their second goal. Eswatini are really pumped up by their defense here. The bench really enjoying this defensive effort.
Yes, Zimbabwe really their own worst enemies at the moment. TC, as Captain Fokudze looks to pump the ball with an overhead. Chance here for Michael. Unfortunately, just on the buzzer for the end of the first quarter. Zimbabwe with a very slender lead. Cheers all round for Eswatini, who are just down by 1-0. Credit to Eswatini for their defense in the first chaka. interesting stats here. It's like 24 degrees.
Welcome back to the second quarter. This contest between Zimbabwe men and Eswatini men. Zimbabwe with just the one goal to their name at the moment. They'll be frustrated, created chances, but the Eswatini defense, how did you find it in the first quarter there?
Yeah, top-notch defense, defensive structure, defensive pattern illustrated by the Eswatini men who have learned and progressed very well throughout this tournament. And as you can see, they're very chuffed. The bench is cheered up and looking to really continue frustrating Zimbabwe as Michael Marvin there with the attempted through ball for Eswatini. However, Ozaya lifting the ball on that occasion. Zimbabwe looking to work deep within Eswatini territory. Mfandaedza back to Muchacha. Back to Matambo. Matambo into the D there. And the ball deflected out by Eswatini. Some tip-top defense, I must say. I'm really impressed, TC.
I am. I'm trying to count how many times the Eswatini coach has said, excellent boys. Those two words are coming out of his mouth. There we go. It goes again. Excellent boys. And it is. It's excellent boys.
Yes, so much effort being put in mobilizing themselves, shifting left to right, shutting down the Zimbabwe attack, really congesting that central channel.
Well done, boy.
Molotsa on the ball for Eswatini here. Being put under pressure by Musa Bonakanwe on that occasion. Kaya Letu Mlotswa for Swaziland. And Kanyangarara with the a slight push in the D on Captain Fokudze on that occasion. I apologize. No, that's Mampanzeni. Sia Mampanzeni with a bit of a TV dive on that occasion. And Muchacha looking to restart deep in Zimbabwe's half.
Zimbabwe can't seem to find any inroads here, Ben, and they just need to be persistent. They need to continue, not take the foot off the pedal. And Eswatini likewise just need to keep defending. Penalty corner on this occasion. They've had their fair share of them. They haven't converted yet. That will be a talking point as well for the Zimbabweans.
Yes, Zimbabwe guilting of not trapping the ball at top D. The traps seem to be bobbling all the time. I'm not sure whether it's the timing or a lack of concentration thereof. However, another short corner opportunity here to be injected by number 9, Forbes Motsi, as we see Kanyangarara lined up at the top of the circle here. Muchono with the stick stop. Again, an errant stop here. Zimbabwe not capitalizing on another set piece. Kanyangarara on the ball, slipping it and out to nobody as Zimbabwe looks somewhat dejected at the moment. Coach not happy with how his charges are playing at the moment. It's as if they're just not in the mood right now.
You're rightfully unhappy, Coach Kudzinya Benzi. It hasn't been that clinical from Zimbabwe at all. But that's credit to the Eswatini defense. It's been really standing strong. I mean, 1-0 second Chaka, they would have taken that any day.
Yes, very much so. As we see Daniel Erasmus onto the field there. Mfandaedza with the river ball down the line, however going awry. Zimbabwe visibly frustrated. Credit to top-notch defensive effort from Eswatini, who are congesting that middle line and really moving. Captain Fokudze under pressure there a bit. A brilliant chink there from Zinhle Maseko. Mutsawashe Kanyangarara back to Pritchard Matambo. Matambo all the way through to Mfandaedza. Fails to control the ball on that occasion. Looks like an injury here on the follow through from Matambo. Player looks to be down there. Maybe some assistance needed from the medics. That Zwilakwe Ngumalo on that occasion receiving the blow from the follow through from Matambo. But I tell you what, a valiant effort in display. Brilliant defensive effort being put on show here by Eswatini.
Yeah, they're really defending well, and it's clear that was their game plan coming into this game. Don't know if you noticed it, just before this injury, there was a ball that was played back, but the coaches were saying, stay back. Let's just continue doing what we're doing. They clearly want to frustrate the Zimbabweans here.
Yes, and frustrating them they are, as Zimbabwe seem to be a little bit out of sorts at the moment. Maybe the big heads need to exert some experience from the likes of Matambo, Mugore, and from the captain as well, Gift Jetta Chamunorwa, to maybe be a little bit more vocal in rallying up his troops, as they're somewhat lethargic in their approach at the moment.
They are indeed. Player being taken off the field now to receive some more attention. We wish him well. Hopefully it's nothing too serious and that he'll recover from that.
Yes, very
shortly.
much so, as the players clap him off. Some good sportsmanship shown there.
Excellent sportsmanship. And that's what it's about, isn't it? At the end of the day, hockey should be the winner. Sure, the players have made friendships that will last a lifetime here and memories that they'll hold forever.
Very much so. At the beautiful facility of St. John's College, hosts Zimbabwe, 4 teams, Namibia, Zim the hosts, Zambia, and debutants Eswatini. Credit to all the sponsors. Your live stream brought to you by Rising Stars, powered by Steel Center, in partnership with the Africa Hockey Federation. The many sponsors around, as we see Health Point with the trusty medics who have kept all the injured players right on the tee. And if you noticed yesterday, 3 of the ladies from Eswatini injured, but they all managed to play. Credit to Health Point for treating the players well in time.
Absolutely. They play a vital role as well to make tournaments like this a success. When players pick up niggles, maybe ball to head, those kind of things, they're well on point to attend to the players. So thank you to Health Point.
Yes, it is exciting as Kamaseo looks to block off the ball for Zimbabwe there. Zimbabwe looking a little bit dejected at the moment as Mugore drives the ball up, possibly looking to the right-hand channel, which is open. Through ball for Zimbabwe, back to Mugore, who switches it across. Excellent movement there by Jason Quino of Eswatini. My tongue is giving way a bit there, TC.
It is indeed, but Zimbabwe, how long are they going to take to get a second? Eswatini are frustrating them immensely here with this defensive effort.
Yes, a brilliant movement and show of shadow hockey by Eswatini. We see Tristan turning the ball there with the clearance. Zimbabwe on the ball again here.
I'll tell you what, Ben, the Eswatini players are going to rest well tonight. They are working extremely hard out there, running left to right, backwards and forwards. They're really putting in a good shift.
Yes, Amlota and Sia for Eswatini, they're really working hard in defense as they are putting in all their effort in order to shut down the Zimbabwean space.
They've got all 10 of their players inside the 25 right now. It is just a flurry of red jerseys inside that circle, and that is why Zimbabwe are struggling to score.
Yes, very much. Jason Kriano with the attempted clearance there. Eswatini really up for this match, not giving Zimbabwe a sniff at the moment. Zimbabwe trying, but Eswatini too good at the minute.
Too good. That defense is just simply outstanding from Eswatini. When is it going to give, though? Is it going to give? The rate they're going, looks like they can do this for the entire game.
Yes, a walk in the park for them at the moment as Danny Rasmus looks to shift and change direction of play. I'd like to see the Zimbabweans let the ball do the work at the moment as we see Jason, Michael Marvin on the ball here. Michael Marvin, 1v1 with Tupatsa Mugore. Unfortunately, just slightly shielding the ball as he was rotating with one-handed dribble there. The pressure telling Tupatsa Mugore, just sending the ball over the line. Zimbabwe in 6s and 7s on that particular occasion.
That is such a big win for Eswatini. This impressive defensive effort. They get an opportunity to counter. How was that for a carry? Even got the circle penetration. Unfortunately, a bit of obstruction. But this is very, very encouraging from Eswatini.
Yes, very, very encouraging here as they look to continue exerting the pressure on Zim. Ooh, seem to be buckling under pressure now. Plenty of 50-50 balls being given by Zimbabwe. Somewhat a coach killer at the moment as Eswatini through Dylan Kirk. Trying to take charge of this game with Kanyangarara now dropping into midfield here as the coach looks for accurate distribution. Nice bit of skills in midfield by Tristan Reichenberg there, the number 9 for Eswatini. Eswatini unlucky there. Mlotsa Kaya on that occasion with the ball going awry yet again. The Zimbabwean fans aren't too thrilled with the national side's bit of play here with Fakudze playing with danger but managing to get the ball out here. Mlotsa on the ball. Kaya Mlotsa unable to control in that occasion. Zimbabwe with the turnover. The very slender lead at the moment, just 1-0. Eswatini holding out at the moment. An attempted swivel from Chamunorwa there. And the ball going wide in the second chaka.
And you can also see the frustration starting to affect the Zimbabweans. They're beginning to shout at each other on the park. Really affected by this defense there. Attempting a circle entry, an opportunity for a shot. Sibi again to the rescue to keep Zimbabwe to just the 1 goal.
Yes, excellent diving save from Sibi. You might feel that Chamunorwa, the captain, had a bit of time to have a real crack at it. Opted for the bunt instead. Sibi up for the billing.
This is very good from Eswatini. Very, very good. Approaching half-time mark here. Just under 4 minutes to go. Zimbabwe can't find the second goal.
Yes, so Zimbabwe trying that, what we call a river ball. And back in the day, my coach used to say, or shout, that's a cop-out. You'd find yourself sitting on the bench just by doing what normal hockey players would regularly do. It's this easy way out, as he liked to interpret it.
Yeah, river ball, not the prettiest to watch actually, but I guess this is the pressure that they're putting on Zimbabwe. This is good though from Zimbabwe now. The shot is taken, and guess who? Sibi again. Selamusim Sibi with a cracker of a save. Palm the ball over the crossbar.
Yes, Sibi in a very casual approach there in his save. Washed it very well off the stick of Alec Chamunorwa with that shot, which was on target. But Msibi up for it again. Looked like a foot there by Eswatini as Erasmus works. And Tristan and Mulota there on the ball for Eswatini as captain Fokudze looks for options. Might he employ the overhead again as he scans left, scans right?
Is this a classic case, Ben, of parking the bus?
Well, parking the bus has a plan, as we've seen some teams actually win in football by parking the bus. At the end, goals win games, and all you need is just 1 against 0 for the opposition. And the score's being kept at 1-0 at the moment, to the disappointed of Zimbabwe, as we see Mfandaedza with the ball, which I'd like to see. Zimbabwe utilize those outside channels with banana runs, as there are pockets of space in the corner to exploit. TC.
Absolutely. Zimbabwe just need to continue persisting here in attack. Opportunities will eventually come. Kanyangarara shoots, and Msibi yet again to the rescue for Eswatini.
Yes, Zimbabwe attack quite narrow, but on that occasion, Kanyangarara getting the shot away on his reverse. Msibi up to the challenge once again. As Kuyeno gets on the ball here and receives a free hit for his country, as Tristan tries to dribbling as he looks to take on Dan Erasmus. Brilliant through ball from Tristan, and unfortunately Dylan Kirk caught wrong-footed on that occasion, as time keeps running at the moment. Just 30 seconds left on the clock. Can Zimbabwe double their lead? Looking very unlikely, as Zimbabwe are somewhat of a damp squib at the moment.
Yeah, no, this is really testing Zimbabwe's ability to soak in this pressure from Eswatini, and they celebrate the end of that quarter as if they've scored a goal. That's what it means to them.
Very much so. Eswatini really playing for pride here, doing their parents, sponsors, corporates back home, and the government. A very proud showing so far, rightfully so, cheering themselves on. They must be super chuffed at that effort that they've put in. Just 1 goal they've restricted Zimbabwe to in this first half, TC.
Yeah, unbelievable defense, to be honest. Really, really good. The question is, can they continue doing so in the third and fourth quarter? Well, we'll find out shortly. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with the second half soon. out here, and we haven't spoken about the weather. It's just beautiful weather. Slight breeze across the turf. The sun is out, not a cloud in the sky, but it's gonna get warmer, but it's beautiful weather for hockey.
Brilliant, beautiful weather under the Zimbabwean sun. Nothing beats it. Africa's finest. Another goal to Namibia.
Here they come as they are about to make a circle penetration. Playing hockey on the strong side, pressing on. Play on, says the umpire, and what a reverse tomahawk. We spoke about that earlier.
Through. Shot at top D. Save.
I almost thought that was a serve in tennis. They will certainly be important. Namibia causing all sorts of problems, and they get their third. What a good not finding, but unbelievable defensive effort from the Eswatini national men's hockey team. Zimbabwe just can't seem to find inroads into scoring more goals. They've had a couple of penalty corners in the first two chakas, but it's all been Eswatini's defense. In fact, they actually cheered the end of the second quarter as if they had scored a goal because of how well they've defended. Can Zimbabwe break this extremely commendable defensive effort, Ben? It's been really, really good.
Yes, absolute watertight defense, defensive unit, defensive pattern. The players are motivated to keep Zimbabwe at bay, and successfully so, reducing the hosts to just one goal in that first half. Zimbabwe with all to do. A much improved performance is expected. The crowd is somewhat subdued, not liking what they're seeing from their home players, and Zimbabwe have it all to do. Credit, I must say, to Eswatini for being able to frustrate Zimbabwe to that extent.
They've defended so well for 30 minutes. Can they continue to do so for the next 30 minutes? For the next two chakas? It'll be interesting to see how Zimbabwe will change their approach here and how they will respond to this great defensive effort.
Yes, Zimbabwe kicks off here with Kanyangarara sending it out to Mugore with the overhead. However, that ball going a little bit too far, 5-yard rule, as the ball is sent directly underneath Msibi, and Chamunorwa encroached in the 5 yards on that occasion. Captain Fokudze on the ball here. Matambo for Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe sending the ball in there, guilty of, again, what I'm seeing, some very narrow attack from the Zimbabweans, trying to go a little bit down the middle instead of exploiting lateral movement of the ball, which will open up those angles to be able to penetrate the D much easier, TC.
No, absolutely well said. They just got to keep pressing here. Zimbabwe keep knocking on the door. I don't think this one's a door though. This one's a wall that needs to be bashed down somehow. Can Zimbabwe do so?
Yes, Captain Fokudze standing tall at the top of the circle there. Number 15 sporting the armband. really marshalling his troops at the moment as the Zimbabwe look to restart the ball.
Jason, you step up. Go, Seti. Step up. Shut down. You mustn't progress. Get there go. Step up. Sit down. Good. Very good. Nice one.
Again, all too narrow from Zimbabwe on that occasion.
All of a sudden, the passes are not going as desired. That's been hit pretty hard. Dangerous. You saw Mufanda Yedza having to duck for cover there.
Chamunora back to Muchacha, switches it on to Mugore. Mugore snuffed out by Ozaya for Eswatini. Only as far as Mugore to Matambo to Muchacha. Again, that ball midfield. I don't think that is the correct option there for Zimbabwe. Chamunora with the pass there. Looked like a foot from Eswatini. Brilliantly cleared out by Dylan Kirk.
First time we've seen in a long time Zimbabwe creating some space in the circle to actually get a shot away. But Eswatini somehow just continue to dominate in defense.
Yes, Zimbabwe trying to play through the traffic instead of round. And should they employ trying to play round them, they might find their chances a little bit better as Eswatini are really playing a half-court press, making Zimbabwe do all the work at the moment. Mugore on the ball here. One time from Chamunorwa. Look to come off the body of Erasmus. Matambo with the ball. Muchacha forcing it through the stick. Second bite at the cherry. Erasmus at top D for Zimbabwe. And cleared once again. Looks like an injury for Sia. He took one on the fingers there from Erasmus.
Finger cruncher. Nice to see he's up though. Back to defensive ways. Zimbabwe have made a little more inroads here in this third quarter, but still not good enough for Zimbabwe in search of a second goal.
Yes, Matambo slow on the mark there for that ball. Out by Tristan there, deflected out. Dylan Kirk watching the ball for a long corner.
I think he thought he was going to get a 16-yard there.
Nathan, shut down, shut down, shut down. No shots.
There with you. Nice one again. Again.
Swaziland troops really lining. Eswatini troops really lining up there and watching the ball closely as they're moving in units. Pockets of threes are covering off the left and right shoulder of the point man.
It's like a swarm of bees. Bees in red. Stopping the Zimbabwean attack here.
Yes, the sting of the Zimbabwean attack being somewhat thwarted at the moment with another long corner for Zimbabwe. Backstick shot there from Kanyangarara. Zimbabwe not doing themselves any favors at the moment as they're being kept at bay by some brilliant defense.
And you know what the clock does? Tick tock, tick tock. It's ticking down. Zimbabwe still pursuing, but the defense still standing strong.
Yes, some nice skill there from Mutsa Kanyangarara, however, sending that ball way over the baseline as Zimbabwe look to clear the ball. Looked like a foot on Dan Erasmus there. Not picked up by the umpires. As Zim looked to penetrate the circle through Mugore. Looking up, sending the ball into the deep, but to nobody. Home again for Zimbabwe, to the shake of the head of the coach.
Oh yeah, this is so interesting. So interesting. This defensive effort is just unbelievable, honestly. They have done incredibly well. They never mind scoring goals. They don't want that. They just want to continue doing what they're doing now.
Yes, a spirited effort. They're here with the game plan, the Eswatini gentlemen, and the less scores they are on the board for them is a victory. In fact, I would also concur with that, because they've come, remember the very first game, going down 28-0 to Namibia, to holding Zimbabwe, who lost 5-2 to Namibia. And
well, I can tell you one thing, Ben. This is definitely not going to be 28. Zimbabwe will do well to get to 8.
Very much so, and that call, the ball didn't seem to go 5 yards, as indicated by Eswatini coach Mushawi. However, Zimbabwe with their very first short corner of the third chaka here, with just over 5 minutes to go. Tatenja Kanyangarara, little brother Mutsa stopping for him. Kanyangarara with the flick.
Again, Wala, again.
Captain Fantastic had no clue where that ball was, but he knew it was not goal bound. Great chase there.
Yes, brave running from Captain Fakudze for Eswatini, earning a lifeline for his side. Score still 1-0. Kanyangarara with a secondary attempt here.
And there we go. Finally, it took a penalty corner for Zimbabwe to score a goal. Still haven't scored in this quarter in open play because of that strong defense.
Yes, very much so. Set piece, somewhat gifted on that occasion, and Zimbabwe did capitalize on the second attempt. And pats all around, but Zimbabwe with it all to do at the moment still, as that scoreline isn't really impressive for such a really talented side that is Zimbabwe.
Well, to be fair to Zimbabwe, it is extremely difficult to try and break a 10-man defense when everyone is in the 25. It's extremely difficult.
No, they just need to be a little bit more patient. Just shift the ball around left to right, and you'll find they will create those gaps. They're trying to go down the middle where it's congested. It doesn't make sense. Just send the ball around, back and around, just like we do on the training park, TC.
Oh, it doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't make dollars either. Hope our viewers got that one. I do crack dry jokes, but here comes Zimbabwe. Takunda Muchacha sends it in the shot. He was lining up the captain, Gifts Chamunorwa. But there was a foul, so it'll be a 16-yard hit out.
Yes, Muchacha with the 3D attempt there, however, lifting it up a little bit too high on that occasion. Kudze with an overhead, intercepted by Chamunorwa, Zim captain, on to Muchono, out to Mugore. Mugore onto Kanyangarara. Kanyangarara with the quick restart.
Well, it's a penalty corner. The foul on Tatenda Kanyangarara just outside the circle. But the umpire, Daniel Matavata, from Malawi, feels that infringement warranted a penalty corner. And these are the ways they're most likely to score, Ben. Zimbabwe off these set pieces.
Yes, rightfully so, TC, as Zimbabwe have been thwarted through open play. The set piece are their best chance at the moment. Kanyangarara with another flick. Wayne Sparham taking the knock there for his country. who's been the victim of many blows throughout this tournament. On that occasion, going down on his haunches, being spotted just above the knee there, and the medics, courtesy of Health Point, running on, rushing to attend to Wayne, spot him. Brave line he ran on that occasion.
Absolutely brave. He didn't matter where it hits him, he just did not want it to go goal bound. He's going to have a couple of cherries to go show his family and friends back home. Definitely he has received some knocks, but it's all pride for the country, and he's up on his feet and he's walking, which is fantastic to see. But what courageous defense.
Yes, absolute warrior of a defender is Wayne. Spar him for Eswatini, number 4, as he trots off, hobbles off rather, onto the sidelines to receive a nice, well-earned ice pack.
Absolutely, and I'm going to give him a name that I think he deserves, Wayne General Sparham. He's been phenomenal.
General Sparham, we salute you out here in the commentary booth as Eswatini belts that ball up as it's brought up by Musa Bonakanwe. Bomakamwe with the ball out to Mugore, looking long again. Ball sent in by Kanyangarara. It is a long corner for Eswatini.
The crowd are now cheering on these short corners because they know that is the only way Zimbabwe are going to play. If the game so far is anything to go by, they've struggled in open play.
Yes, they have struggled. All credit to the brilliant defense, well marshaled as well by General Sparham and Captain Fantastic Fokudze, as they've kept Zimbabwe at bay within open play. However, Zimbabwe with another attempt through the short corner, likely to go through to number 27, Tatenda Kanyangarara, with an attempted drag flick here. Kanyangarara on the ball, slips it to Forbes Motsi, who swats it away.
Well, nicely done by Zimbabwe on that occasion. They all thought Tatenda Kanyangarara was going to go for the drag flick, but neatly done from him to lay it off for Forbes Motsi. Forbes Motsi calmly put into the back of the net. Great goal, Zimbabwe.
Very composed finish from Motsi on that occasion. Put on a plate by Kanyangarara. Couldn't afford to miss on that occasion as Muchono comes hot on the charge here. It's Kanyangarara, thwarted by number 12, Kaya Mlotsa. Kanyangarara with the ball in, deflection, cleared by Msibi, however, into his own player and captain, forcing another short corner, another scoring opportunity for Zimbabwe.
So 3-0 Zimbabwe are up. Short corner, another opportunity now to go 4 up.
Yes, Zimbabwe look to inject again. A very early break from Zimbabwe on that occasion, due to the somewhat fake of an injection by Tefadzo Mugore, who's sent to the halfway line by umpire Daniel Matavata out of Malawi, as Forbes Motsi looks to take over the injection. Can he get it right? Perfectly executed. Kanyangarara looking to Motsi, who deflects wide to groans from himself. A brilliantly executed short corner there. However, Zimbabwe unable to make it a 4th for themselves. Still 3-0.
Yeah, Forbes Motsi going for his 2nd goal in the match. Agonizingly close there. Just going wide of the target. But Zimbabwe will be a lot happier with this 3rd. Chaka Ben managing to score 2 goals so far.
Yes, I think they've found the formula to crack this Eswatini defense. Playing for short corners, it seems. In open play, I don't think they are as lethal as they were in the opening game. Somewhat their confidence disappearing from them, with Captain Chamunoro with the shot here. Handsomely defended by Osayo. Mamba, the number 10, who's been a standout in defense for Eswatini throughout the tournament, especially so in this match.
Well, that one's hit upfield again, all the way back, pushing Zimbabwe. Has to be taken from the line, says umpire Abraham Chaya from Zambia.
Yes, as we see Dan Erasmus, St. John's College sixth form student, trot onto the park. Him being the youngest player in this somewhat youthful Zimbabwean side. Some valuable experience being gained by him in attending this tournament, TC.
Yeah, very much so. What an opportunity for him. Representing your country at the highest stage is such a testament to his hard work. And Zimbabwe on the attack again. It's the captain, Gift Chamanora, lays it off to Daniel Erasmus. That's a 16-yard.
Yes, Dan could have attacked the D a little bit better there instead of trying to swat it across. But lacking a bit of confidence are Zimbabwe at the moment in open play, thanks to the very impressive defensive display by Zimbabwe.
Come on! No shot!
And as we see some legends of the game shot through to the commentary booth, Dr. Pagio Munyanyi. Welcome to Zimbabwe, good sir. It's very nice to see you.
Another 16-yard for Eswatini. 3-0 it is. Zimbabwe in pursuit of a fourth goal. It's the final game of the day. The Central South Africa qualifier for Africa Cup of Nations. And that one's just let go by Selemusi Msibi, and the coach is telling them, you are a beauty.
Absolute beauty. Msibi is and has been throughout the tournament as Nyangarara blocks that. Attempted overhead from Fokudze. Kanyangarara onto Kanyangarara. Into the D, looking for the foot. Head out there with the stick block from Koni Muchono to the groans of the Zimbabwean bench and players on the park. However, that was a deliberate block of the ball there. And we see Eswatini play the ball out. Forbes Motsi with the ball across to Kanyangarara. Finally, Zimbabwe take advantage of the error of Eswatini in defense. The score is going out to 4-0 for Zimbabwe. A first goal in open play.
Yep, and that defense slowly cracking now. But they stood strong for such a long period in the game. Not long to go now in the third quarter, and their strategy is still the same. Pin them back and let's defend.
Yes, Eswatini doing superbly well, executing a very defensive-minded strategy here and keeping Zimbabwe to just less than 5 goals so far. As that hits Dan Erasmus on the feet, not quite anticipating receiving the ball on that occasion.
Well, Ben, Zimbabwe managing to score 3 goals in this quarter to take the score to 4-0. Eswatini have 15 minutes to see how long they can continue to hold on.
I tell you what, I am imploring for Eswatini to be a little bit more daring on attack. Say they send the ball up the field, maybe to try a full court press on Zimbabwe. They might come up with something, as Zimbabwe haven't had to defend much, and Eswatini look quite energetic at the moment. Zimbabwe 4, Eswatini 0, fourth Chaka to come.
Welcome back to the fourth and the final quarter. An incredible defensive effort from Eswatini. So far in this game sees the score only 4-0. Eswatini have been on the receiving end of some heavy defeats, but this, a remarkable improvement in their defense, and the coach will be extremely happy with his charges. But Ben, this quarter now, Zimbabwe just have to throw everything at it.
Yes, Zimbabwe have all to do to try and increase on that scoring margin. However, being handsomely frustrated here by Eswatini. As Eswatini clear their lines yet again. Zimbabwe very frustrated at the moment as another ball goes awry. And credit to Eswatini, who have come in leaps and bounds, really developing their game as the tournament has progressed, TC.
Indeed, they have developed their game, and that's what they wanted out of this tournament, to develop, to expose their players to international hockey. They've done that, and the lessons that they will have learned and continue to learn in this tournament will take them a very long way.
Yes, some pride there for coach Chinao Mushawi, a native of Zimbabwe, hailing out of Shiredzi in Masvingo province, and he's really put his charges up for this match in their efforts to continue frustrating Zimbabwe, just reducing them to 4 goals, and a spirited effort from them. But all credit to the coaching staff, and we look forward to seeing Eswatini on the international stage with more tournaments to come. As they mentioned, they have an indoor tournament where Botswana will be traveling down, and as they look to continue developing their sport, some kids left behind writing exams will have a chance to play in that one.
Yeah, that's just not good enough from Zimbabwe again at the short corner, but danger's not done. They're still pursuing. Played all the way back to Pritchard Matambo. Oh, no one got a touch on it. Tenda Kanyangarara tried his best to get his stick onto the end of that one. So that'll be a 16-yard stifled cheers from the crowd. They saw the ball hitting the back of the goal, but no Zimbabwean stick had touched it in the circle.
Michael Marvin there, intercepted by Tristan, who's driving the ball deep. Malachi on the ball here, unfortunately letting the ball run through on that occasion. Chamunorwa out to Mugore, to Kanyangarara, rather Chamunorwa. Alec on that occasion, the ball going wide. I understand his nickname is Gecko, TC.
Oh, interesting. I wonder where that one comes from.
I wonder too. Only God knows.
Indeed. The Zimbabwe coach calling for a switch and play, and Mugore obliges. Matambo to Mbona Kamwe. Mbona Kamwe to Constantine Muchono. Muchono still driving forward into the circle. A little bit too much shoulder there, and rightly called a free hit for Eswatini.
Yes, Zimbabwe guilty of not using their width yet again, as they're looking to attack the top of the circle, which is heavily congested by some stalwart defense by Eswatini. Zimbabwe with a chance there. Chamunorwa sends it wide. That rash of a shot there. As we see the substitutions rolling, Mugore coming off, Kanyangarara coming off, Phineas is on, Kamsewu is on. Alec Chamunorwa with the finish for Zimbabwe to send Zimbabwe into what looks like a 5-goal lead. Eswatini looking to crumble a bit there, however, just caught off guard, and Captain Chamunorwa pouncing on that mistake, handsomely put away by younger brother, or older brother I should say, one of a pair of twins for the Chamunorwa family in Alec.
Oh, wonderful play there from Zimbabwe. It's gone to Bonakamwe again. Bonakamwe in search of Forbes Motsi. Unfortunately, Forbes Motsi can't reel it in. So that'll be another 16 for Eswatini.
Yes, Eswatini looking to clear their lines here with Captain Fokudze on the ball as he scans for space. Maybe just to drop it into the midfield with an overhead there. Forbes Motsi. Jamela with the attempted switch there. Great defense by Michael, who was obstructed there by Dylan Kirk, looking to run the ball out for Eswatini here. Back to Michael. 2-on-1 here, nicked by Forbes Motsi. A hand on the back of Motsi there. Chamunorwa looking like having not moved the ball 5 on that occasion.
Hold on, boys! The body this high and still play.
Another player down for Eswatini, as we can't really see who it is. And looks like he's taken a blow to the body on that occasion. Not sure who it is. As the general, Wayne Sparham, lines up to go back onto the field, as he is one to take numerous blows for his country. He is amped and really looking to give a last showing in this encounter here, as looks to be a huddle there from Sibi and the others, as the lights come on here and St. John's AstroTurf. Zessa kicking.
Yeah, Zessa kicking in. I think at the rate Wayne Sparham's going, the ball is going to be afraid of him now.
Yes, Sparham sporting some well-designed ink on his left arm, as well as some pink cherries, as you referred to them, with yes, Chamunorwa guilty of I'd like to see Eswatini push up here. Maybe they can come up with a trick play to get themselves on the score sheet. No. Now Tristan deciding to send the ball backwards on that occasion, but I'd like to see Eswatini really push forward and try and overhead from Fuzaya, taken down by Dan Erasmus.
Played forward by Constantine Muchono, but only as far as an Eswatini player.
Yes, for Kudze, there was some clever jink of the ball back and round, as we've just seen again there. However, this time nicked, and Zimbabwe come away with it, with Chamunorwa onto Muchono. Muchono deciding to slow it down. Phineas onto Musa Bonakanwe. Bonakanwe with an in and out.
Nice one. Okay, 5, Ronnie, quickly. 10, 5. Okay.
Deliberately forced out there by Sia, number 15 of Eswatini, whose nickname's Latin. I must say, a very colorful and flamboyant, likes to express himself on the field, TC.
Yeah, he does indeed. Zimbabwe given another short corner. This to make it 6 if they can convert.
Yes, we are looking forward to Zimbabwe taking up the score 2-5. With 8 minutes to go here, as Chamunorwa lines up for the short corner. Over to Danny Rasmus with a very soft kind of push. He had the opportunity to have a real whack at that, but a very timid attempt at goal on that occasion.
Yeah, Daniel, he'll be the first to own up that he should have done better there. Not getting much behind the ball on that occasion. Pressure now, but that's neatly done by Eswatini.
Yes, Dylan Cook turned inside out by Musa Mbonakanwe as he continues to drive the ball.
Stay with him. That's it. Excellent. Nice one. Step out.
Great defensive effort there from Eswatini yet again as
nice one, Dylan. Nice one.
Zinhle Maseko taking a knock on the arm. However, after some treatment from the medical team, he is back on the park, or looking to go back on. A little bit sore, but willing to do it for his country on this occasion. As we see Takunda Muchacha on the ball, onto Forbes Motsi, onto the baseline for Amos Chamunorwa. Somewhat of a lifted ball there. No advantage. Looks like a bit of cramp there for Tristan, who's feeling the effects of hard running on that occasion. Yes, Tristan has really worked hard in the heart of the midfield for Eswatini throughout the tournament. His legs giving way a bit there, and a well-deserved ice pack on the way for him as he enjoys time on the very soft St. John's AstroTurf.
He's up and he's being taken off the field now to receive further attention. The clock is stopped, so we'll get underway.
Looks like we're restarting with the bully here as
Malachi, go to number 7. Number 7.
yes,
Number 5.
Malachi looking like a deer in the headlights at the moment. However, Eswatini gifting to Takunda Muchacha.
Okay, 5. Leave it 5. Please do this, stick down.
Heading back into traffic is Chamunorwa onto little brother Gift and captain. Another save. Deflection sent wide on that occasion as we see Zimbabwe being kept at bay yet again. The score still 5-0. About 5 minutes to go in this encounter. Fukudze on to Michael. Michael dispossessed on that occasion.
Snapshot taken there by Tatenda Kanyangarara, wide of the target, but that's more like it from Zimbabwe.
Yes, Zimbabwe. Yes, Connie Muchono a bit vocal on that occasion as he is pulled off, unhappily so, as he seems to have not had much game time. Kanyangarara guilty of overrunning the ball on that occasion, allowing the Eswatini defenders to get back into play, but Chamnora would have been in should that ball have been played a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I would have been in for sure there, Ben, but now they're working it round.
Stay with him.
And it's now with Mlota. Apologies, that's Mbonakamwe. Penalty corner time yet again for Zimbabwe.
Yes, the general taking another shot for his team. This time hitting him on his right leg as Coach Mushawi asked him to take a little bit of a breather on the halfway line as he nurses that stinger from Captain Chamunorwa.
Yeah, that's a stinger. Jeez, he's taken his fair share of bruises this tournament, but he's still fighting and he's out there giving it his all.
Come on, Zlatan!
Yes, he deserves a Medal of Honor when he arrives back home in Eswatini. I hope the listeners back home. A nice worked out play there by Zimbabwe. Diving effort from Alec Chamunorwa, giving Zimbabwe a 6-goal lead. Brilliant execution from Zimbabwe. They've seemed to found their formula against a spirited Eswatini side late on in the day.
Zimbabwe want to make a keeper change, yep.
Yes, Fleming Muzua coming on for Elia Mangere, who's had his fair share of game time. The coach is proving that it's enough as the general comes off for Eswatini to a spirited performance. Medal of Honor, Mr. Sparham from the commentator's desk. Thumbs up to you, sir, as Zimbabwe look to get onto play again. Mutsa Kanyangarara on the ball. To Phineas, back to Muchacha. Muchacha out to Mbonakanwe. With the ball into the D there. Kanyangarara bundling over there. A little bit off balance on that occasion. Zimbabwe wasting yet another chance in open play. Numerous, I must say, but not reflective of the scoreline at the moment.
Yep, not reflective of the scoreline. But they eventually cracked on. Zimbabwe managed to get a couple of goals in the third and fourth quarter after having gone into the halftime break 1-0 up.
Yes, Musa Mbonakamwe.
Again. Good job.
Dylan Kirk here with the ball for Eswatini. A beautiful spin in and out as he tries to send that ball hard for.
Get on him. Nice one, good job.
Eswatini really hassling Zimbabwe at the moment. Kanyangarara with the attempt as he drives the ball there. That ball didn't move 5 yards, but we're seeing some brilliant work off the ball by Graham Oswin Sparham there, and some good effort all around by the Eswatini players, who have somewhat of a trimmed squad. Just 16 players they've traveled down with, but all putting in brilliant amounts of effort all around, TC.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Ben. This game in particular, they've really tried their best, and limiting to less than 10 it looks like in this game, which is a great achievement for them.
Yes, Tristan Reichenberg here with a little bit of a shine on his right ankle, heavily strapped. I should think going through some ice at the moment, and not for a lack of effort as he took that knock for his team, but really grown into his game throughout the tournament. As we see Dylan Kirk on the ball here, a very strong tackle by Captain Chamunorwa. Quick restart here by Dylan Kirk. Another stick tap. Still on the ball and being bonded over by Musa Mbonakanwe. As we see Eswatini hot on the charge here, sending the ball through, however, nobody home for Eswatini. Look at how they charge back into the D. Brilliant effort by Eswatini to recover back on that occasion after that attack play was broken down.
They've worked extremely hard. They really have, the Eswatini men. Such a pleasure to see the hard work They're putting in seconds to go now.
Yes, sir.
As the crowd counts down here in the final game of this, the third day of the Central Southern Africa Cup of Nations qualifier, which we've seen Eswatini celebrate a 6-goal defeat against a much deflated Zimbabwe. Eswatini, wow, what a spirited performance from them. Excellent showing all round, TC.
Excellent showing, such a great achievement for them. So much progress in a short space of time. 3 days of playing hockey, and they managed to limit Zimbabwe to just the 6 goals. An exceptional performance that closes day 3 of this magnificent tournament that we've had coming to you live in Harare. It's been great, Ben, and we will take a break. We'll go for a nice rest tonight, and we'll be back tomorrow with the final day placement matches. But again, we look forward to another great day. Your summary of today's play.
Yes, a very tightly contested match between Zambia and Namibia men. However, Namibia proving too strong on that occasion. Zambia with a little bit of a slow start today. However, I think they were conserving their energy. I do hope they will come to the party in tomorrow's final curtain downer. Let me put it that way, as they take on Namibia in the final tomorrow. But generally, some good all-round play. I'm really proud, especially of Eswatini, who have really come leaps and bounds over this short space of time. Their very first international tournament, a brilliant defensive showing, and sticking to instructions from their coach to say, just sit back, frustrate the opposition, and look, from being 28-0 in the first day, just losing by 6 goals.
Absolutely well summarized there. Thank you so much, Ben. It's been a pleasure, as always, being in the commentary box with you. The curtain draws on day 3. Have a good evening, and we will see you again tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Goodbye.